See, y'all, y'all used to me being late. Y'all don't know how to act. Look at that. I put my books. I got my books a little, a little neat. Came in 10 minutes early. But the real reason I came in early is because of Hotep Jesus. Shout out to Hotep Jesus. Hotep Jesus oh yeah, we're going in. We're definitely going to pick up where we left off with the cancer masterclass. Well, actually, we're going to take a different, we're going to go a different direction. But we're going to pick up. You'll see. It's because there's a relationship between cancer and congestive heart failure, right? And so we got to get. But the thing is, if you don't get deep down into the chemistry, if you don't go deep down into the biochemistry, you don't find it. So I felt some type of way when we did the master class, because people was hitting me up afterwards. They was like, okay, bet. So all we got to do, is get rid of glucose, glutamate, and glutamine, triple G. All we got to do is get rid of. And I'm like, no, that's not it, dude. You're going to get sick and die. Like, you'll die faster that way. Yeah, so if you think you just get rid of glucose, glutamine, and glutamate, and then you'll eventually heal from whatever cancer you're dealing with, you're going to die from heart failure. Your heart going to stop beating long before the cancer gets you, right? So, but no, Hotep Jesus, right? Hotep Jesus sends me this. Exactly. So we gotta go. We gotta do. Right. But so Hotep Jesus sends me this video clip. Why these people just can't leave Egypt? Like, and then I have people that hit me up and they're like, Ink, you be going too hard for Kemet. And I'm like, y'all don't get it. Y'all do not get it. We put out a couple little books, $20, $100, maybe, I think our Kemetic Naturopathy book is like $199 right now or something like that. And people think like, I'm like, yo, y'all don't know what y'all looking at when you on YouTube, right? We get caught up. We get caught up in the title, right? We get caught up in the clickbait, right? But we don't realize that behind these titles is whole movements, whole governments, whole millionaires and billionaires dropping bags. They dropping bags to get this information. That's literally the main reason behind us doing this deep dive into the Ebers Papyrus right now, because they'll give you every part of the Ebers Papyrus, but they won't give you the plants. They won't really give you the real science on the heal. You know, they say, oh yeah, they found it medicine or surgery, but they won't give you the. We got to realize, man, folks is investing in this information, man. They spending millions and billions. You know, so when you see a video, I just want you to start thinking this way now. When you see a video, now Hotep Jesus is a visionary, so he's, you know, so I know he sent it to me to provoke me. I know he provoked me on purpose. You know, he sent this to me to provoke me. He knew it was going to get under my skin. He knew I was going to, you know, he knew it was provocative. But when you see these videos, like when you go online and you see the Great Pyramid, electromagnetic activity discovered, or, you know, radiation discovered at the pyramid, or, you know, we found the secret negative ion king chamber. Like, whenever you see these videos, don't think, I know it's hard not to, because, you know, we emotionally attached and we feel pride, you know, when we see a lot of these videos and stuff like that. But I want you to step out of your feelings for a second. I want you to step out of the awe and amazement. And I want you to understand that when you see these things, you're looking at governments and billionaires with governments that's putting up hundreds of thousands into the millions of dollars to run these tests, to run this research on these different ideas. These are huge projects with cutting edge equipment to, you know, send waves through the ground and infrared beams, and woo, these people are like, so, you know, here, you know, it's djedschool, you know, Kemetic naturopathy, you know, Church of Christ, you know what we're doing, but we just doing the best that we could do with what we have, you know. But there's still very much a global effort going on. There's still millions of dollars being put into Kemet to unkemet you. Just want you to understand that. That is the whole thing. They're not spending these millions, spending thousands of hours going through all these ancient texts. Like, they're not doing that so that they can venerate the ancestors. They're not doing that so that they can prove their greatness or prove your greatness through your ancestors, right? They're doing that so that they can find the coup de grace. That's what they're looking for. And also, obviously, a return on their investments. But what they're looking for is a coup de grace, right? They're looking for the final evidence, the last piece of evidence that they can find that they can take away North Africa from Africans. They're looking for the one piece of scientific fact, where they can say, "Yep, we told you." The Egyptians, well, we know the Egyptians didn't build Egypt, but the Kemetic people did not build Kemet. It was aliens. And, you know, right now, a lot of you like that alien narrative, but you don't know the alien narrative is just the only thing they have right now to hold on to, because they kind of painted themselves into a corner, right? So a lot of you, y'all might have got hip or conscious on YouTube. So you haven't really been around studying that long, right? So you missed the wars, the intellectual wars, which honestly were just as or more exciting than NBA playoffs or Super Bowl. Like, these intellectual battles were insane. But especially if you look at some of the old clips where they, Diop or Jope and some of those guys from his generation, they go to these international conferences and they be battling with the Germans and the French archaeologists and scientists, and they trying to prove that Kemet was black, and they trying to prove that Kemet was white, and they go back and forth, and but they painted themselves into a corner with their hate and racism, and so now they have no other place to go but aliens, right? And it's funny how it works. Sometimes you backfire, like what they're doing with Tesla right now. I'm telling you, what they're doing with Tesla is going to backfire, because they're going to drive the price of them vehicles down, and everybody that's been just lusting after the Tesla cars and lusting after the Cybertrucks, they'll be able to afford them. So when you go to the supermarket now, you'll see 5 Cybertrucks there. And what a lot of people don't know is those cars are not just electric. So they're in the electric car market, but they're not just electric. A lot of those vehicles are primed for, AI and some other things. So, but anyway, coming out of the just coming out of the old school where they were calling black folks monkeys and gorillas and all kind of stuff, as science got a little more sophisticated, they went to proving once and for all the intellectual superiority of the European. And this was like this was going to be the coup de grace in terms of hierarchy of intellect, right? They were going to prove the out of Africa theory. They were going to prove Darwin's theory. They were going to prove that, because everybody came from Africa, because everybody's out of Africa, the caveman and the Neanderthal and the original monkeys that we all came from was out of Africa, because that's the theory, right? There's monkeys, Neanderthal, Africans, white folks, right? That's basically out of Africa theory in a nutshell via Charles Darwin. So when they go to proving this theory, there's a fluke, right? And they retest and test and retest and test, and it's not a fluke. There's little to no Neanderthal DNA in Africans. There's only Neanderthal DNA in Europeans and Asians. So and here's the how they painted themselves into a corner with that argument, right? Because they had spent so much time denigrating the gorillas and how they were ignorant and stupid, and the caveman, wasn't much more than a gorilla or much more than an ape. They spent so many decades down talking even though Neanderthals technically had a larger brain, so potentially might have more brain capacity. You know what I'm saying? Right? We don't know. There's a lot about our past that we have no idea about, how advanced they were, and I don't think that's only related to Kemet or North Africa. I think the world in general, all of the peoples of the world, I think they were all everywhere much more advanced than we give, than we like to think. But they had spent so long, caveman, Neanderthal, as derogatory terms that once they find out, oh man, we are the cavemen. There's no way to then turn around and say that the caveman was responsible for math and surgery and built pyramid. So now that they painted themselves into a corner, violating the Neanderthal and the caveman, then come to find out Africans have no caveman or Neanderthal genetics. You have nowhere else to go but aliens, right? You got to go aliens now. Well, someone else did it. Yeah. Someone that, we can't really prove they were here ever. Yeah. Even though as the people were creating and building these structures, they kind of painted and made pictures of themselves in the structure. As they told the story of how, when, and why they were building these structures, they also put themselves into the structures. That's why we have, where's my PhD? Where's my PhD book? That's why we have this on the cover of the PhD book. Right? It's important that we know that there's a hieroglyph for face. There's a hieroglyph for face. Just that hieroglyph by itself answers a lot of questions. There's a hieroglyph for face. So in the language, right, the Medu Neter, in the language, there's a hieroglyph for face. Yeah, they had a word for face. And if you look at that face, right, you see the unique identifying trait. That nose right there. This same one. Look, this same one right here. Oh my goodness. So, Hotep Jesus sends me this clip. Oh my goodness. What the? I'm about to have a heart attack on the live stream. I hope nothing like that happens to anybody, but definitely not me. Woo! I'm in here. I'm about to have the Fred Sanford moment. I'm about to have a real whole heart attack on. Look at this. Look at that. What is that? What is wrong with Tika? I almost went down in here. Ooh! Man, I almost went down in here like Fred Sanford. Like, this is the big one. Oh, I can't thank you enough. That is amazing. I don't even know how to say thank you for that one. That's crazy right there. Elizabeth. Hey, man, I looked over, I seen 50. I said, what's that 50? Oh my goodness. Marvin must be my lucky charm. Marvin must be my lucky charm. Man, I hope this lasts the whole live stream so I could like every so often just keep coming back to this. Yo, that's crazy. She sent me $50. Man, that is amazing. But no, let me see. Let me look at this thing here. And make sure that So y'all can see this thing here. So y'all can see this thing that Hotep Jesus sent me. I said, man, this get me so mad. This get me so mad. Y'all see this thing here? Hotep Jesus sent me this thing. This is it right here. This is it right here. Now, look what kind of, do you know what kind of, hold on, man. Y'all got to really understand this thing here. The pyramids is out in the middle of the desert on the equator. Do y'all know what kind of technology? Do y'all know what kind of technology these people was bringing out? What kind of licenses and leases and, like government, security, and what kind of, these are, like, we just take, and obviously not everybody, because I just got slapped upside the head. Look at this. I just got slapped upside the head with a 50 ball, right? So everybody obviously doesn't take these videos for granted, right? And when I say videos, in this context, I'm speaking about all of the people on the internet that put up serious content that doesn't get a whole bunch of views and subs and stuff like that, because it's serious content. You're always going to have more people want to laugh, joke, and gossip than build, right? So building always takes 10 times as long, and you got to make it 1,000 times as strong, because you're going to have more people try to tear it down, right? So I know from the inside out, it takes a lot to do a video, especially a valuable video. You got to put a lot of research in, so that when you go live, boom, if you live for an hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes even, you got a whole bunch of information that you condensing down, that you might have had to read 2, 3, 4, 10 books, watch 20 videos, spend 2, 3, 4 days going online, finding stuff, grabbing papers, and you put all this stuff together, and you got a 45-minute presentation. Folks watch your 1 month worth of work in 45 minutes, and they be ready to see you go live again the next day. Like, yeah, do another one, do it again. You know what I'm saying? So I understand, what it takes to put together some high power, like, it takes a lot, and when you're looking at what they're doing in Kemet, it's just, it frustrates me. It just frustrates me sometimes, because, especially when I be listening to different guys, like, oh, this, puffy billionaire, this one billionaire, woo woo. What are you doing? What are you doing with your time and money, man? Like, what are you doing, man? When are we going to have our team over there on the ground getting busy? When we going to have our team over there, the ancestors waiting? You know what I'm saying? Like, so when we see these things, we got to know what we're looking at, because this is crazy right here. This is crazy work right here. So basically, they done rolled out their best technology. They done rolled out their hand-picked all-star team of researchers, and they have basically discovered either it's one or two things, because I had to jump down the rabbit hole after Hotep Jesus and sent me this. But it's one or two things. It's either a massive rectangle, right? Or it's two massive cubes side by side, right? And then those cubes have pillars running up to the ground surface, right? So these big rectangular or square shapes is deep, deep, deep in the ground. Hundreds and hundreds of meters. They deep in the ground. And then you got these pillars running from the cubes up to the surface where the pyramids are. And then wrapping around those pillars are what looks to be like spring. Like they have a spiral, they have some spiral type of structures wrapping around the pillars. And you know, they put some money behind this. They put some money behind this. And if we think for 1 second they putting all this money behind this just only to be able to aha us or one up us, trust me, I beg you, this is the next $1 trillion play. This is the next $1 trillion play, right? They're trying to really race for AI. The race for AI is there in Kemet. We talk about that in the books, Kemetic Naturopathy, right? But the race for AI is there. But not only the race for AI, the race to power AI, right? The race to power AI, you know. So, you know, a lot of people are in the old conversation, you know, is it going to be hydropower or solar power? They're looking for something else. They're looking for something else. They're looking for something else, right? Transition power is the real thing. That's going to be the real thing. Transition power. And I just made up that term, transition power. But basically, when you have things change from one form to another, power is released. To be able to harness the power of chemical reactions is an unlimited power source, right? So if you can capitalize on that, that's right. And you can just get something that will constantly change back and forth, and then capture that, and it's over, right? Just like our bodies are powered over and over and over again by what? ATP becoming ADP, then going back to ATP, then going back to ADP, then going back to ATP, then going back to ADP. Like, so yeah, they're looking for something else, you know. And if they can tap into, you know, maybe just the movement of the planet as a power source, it's over. But this is what they found under the pyramid. So they'll be going platinum. They'll be going viral with this shortly, making their rounds, right? Obviously, we're helping the effort because we're talking about it here, right? They'll be going crazy with this shortly.
Corresponding to the...
Hold on. We ain't messing with them folks. They might slip some audio in on me and then they done strike the video. Yeah. But that's what it is. Yeah, so these are the structures right here. What they found under the pyramids. These are the structures right here that they found under the pyramids. And the only thing they could come up with is, oh, wow, the understanding of this geometry is so advanced that clearly this means that none of the dynastic kingdoms could have been able to put this together. this understanding, this is way too advanced. Houseway. It's not too advanced. In fact, we're going to talk about some of that today. Really. Because I'm looking right at it. You know, like I said, I jumped down the rabbit hole after Hotel Jesus sent it to me yesterday. I mean, but before you know, just from what's presented, the first thing that jump out to me is piezoelectricity. Piezoelectricity, please. If you don't already have the piezoelectrochemistry book, go to Amazon, get the piezoelectrochemistry book, throw that in your cart. But that stood out to me right there immediately. I'm like, oh, okay. We know what the material is because we know what their favorite materials were, right? So, you know, I have to assume, you know, before they dig them up. Now they could dig them up and it could be some old wild, you know, material. Could be some wild material, you know. I have no doubt that they would like to support their alien narrative, right? By saying that maybe these structures are built out of an alien material, but I don't think so. I think they're going to be built out of, you know, granite, lime, you know, earth material, you know, piezoelectric material, mechanotransducive material that's strong but pliant and able to turn the earth's movements and vibrations into energy, but not only energy, but a stabilizing energy, which was the whole science behind the Djed and the heart and the windpipe, which we know in the hieroglyph as beautiful, right? The heart and the windpipe, the beautiful hieroglyph, Nefer, right? It stabilizes your life, right? The Djed pillar gave you physical stability. Nefer gave you spiritual, you know, conscious living stability, right? So that was what it was all about. Stability, you know. One of the reasons why the weighing of the dead, the weighing of the heart ceremony is a scale, right? Because you're trying to achieve what? Equilibrium, stability, right? You're trying to achieve stability by balancing the scales. So stability was a big thing. But here's the thing. I'm prepared for them to even try to pull out some alien material out of their bag, right? Because, see, you got to do your homework over there. There's a lot of stuff over there in Kemet that's still not just discussed. When they went into the tomb of Tutankhamun, Tutankhamun, or however you want to pronounce, you know, King Tut, the young bull, right? When they went into his tomb, the big story was obviously like the end of Judaism and the biblical narrative as we knew it, because most of the things that, you know, were cherished treasures in those stories but had never been found anywhere, all of those things were in that tomb. The ark and just a whole bunch of like just sitting in the tomb. So it was like, oh wow, this might not be an imaginary Israelite story. This might actually be a real Kemetic story. We got to keep this under wraps. But there are other things that just haven't been discussed, like the fact that there was a knife. It was a knife, and there was like 2 or 3 other things. A knife, a chain. See, you can tell black folks is the same, you know, over the centuries. We still like King Tut tomb. They found he had a knife and a chain in there. But the reason I'm saying all this is because they were made out of alien material. In King Tut tomb, King Tut had a knife and a chain, literally made out of alien material that they said must have come down from meteorites. They said this material must have came down from meteorites because there's no other way to classify what this material was, how it got to Earth, and then the bigger problems is how did we blacksmith it? Because they, there's a debate of when did blacksmithing as a technology exist? And the problem is we keep having these items where they have to push the date back. Like, oh no, the blacksmith technology, they didn't have the ovens and the this and that before X date. And then we have some artifacts from before that date and go, oh, well, these are exceptions. No, you can't make exceptions. How do they have jewelry out of alien material if, you know what I'm saying? So Rick Ross, the rapper, said it best. What did he say? How Rick Ross said it? What Rick Ross said, no caterpillars. It was just a bunch of, right? And it's his Freemason song. He said, we ain't had no caterpillars. It was just a bunch of, something to that effect. But basically, it was just a bunch of black folks in the sun, doing their thing over there. So I'm cool with the story, however it go. Right? Because I'm waiting for them to pull that out of the bag. That's the next part. Oh, this is not earthly material. They made this out of some non-earthly material. Like, oh, well, check that up against what they got out of King Tut's tomb there. Because it's probably the same. Yeah, pull that. Let's go. Let's review the videotape. Let's go on over there and see if that's some of that same alien material. Yeah. Because at some point, if they keep pushing this alien line, it's going to backfire. And then we're going to have to concede that maybe the Kemetic people are the alien people. Maybe the black folks are the aliens. Right? That's a Cam's razor, right? If we keep pressing this line, we may have to say that. Right? Maybe the reason why black folks don't have Neanderthal DNA is maybe we didn't come from Earth. Right? Maybe all the Earthlings have Neanderthal DNA. Maybe all the Earthlings came from monkeys and Neanderthals and all that. And yeah, maybe we didn't. Right? So I would say relax. That's my Nori voice. Drink chant. Just relax. Y'all got to relax with that. You got to relax and keep pressing that line because you're uncomfortable with the way things have, you may find even more discomforting information. Right? Because as it stands now, we built it. Like, that's just what it is, man. Relax. Let it go. We built it. You know what I'm saying? So it's more complex as it becomes. It just means we was, yeah. We were just a little flyer than you thought. And just when you thought we couldn't get any flyer, just when you thought we couldn't get any flyer, we bust out the mink. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Yeah, it's just when you thought we couldn't get any flyer, you done went up underneath the sand. What was they doing down here? How did they get down here? What you gonna do? Ingenuity. This is why we need to be so distracted. Because if we get undistracted for a minute, we'll get back to that geometry. We'll get back to making super clones of the astronomy. That's what we was doing. We make super clones now of like luxury brand clothes and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Back then, We was making super clones of the stars. Like the Bible say, let these be for signs. That's what we were doing. We were studying the signs and replicating those here on the earth. If we get undistracted for 5 or 6 minutes, we'll be back to that. All right. Hotep Jesus always starting up stuff. Man, look at this though. She's scared. Yo, this was scary right here. This scared me right here. That scared me. I never seen a red. I just got my first one the other day. I think that was like $10 or $15, but I ain't never seen a red one. That was, I thought I might have made a mistake and said the wrong thing. I thought I might have said the wrong thing. Like, oh, I done got in trouble already. What? I thought I was so well behaved. All right, so we're going into, let me see this here. It's actually, I almost could leave this up here where we going with congestive heart failure. But the #1 medication in the world for congestive heart failure does come from the Eber's papyrus. You see, we got to know this stuff. So we're going to get to that at some point today too. Obviously, we're going to get to the plants, but I wanted to get to, so just a quick recap. Remember what we was on in the masterclass, right? Remember we was on Otto Warburg and the whole old school idea. Just in case, before somebody asks me or somebody say something crazy, like, look at what EnQi drinking. EnQi drinking 7-Up in the morning. No, this is tonic water, sugar-free tonic water. Just in case you want to know what it is. And then the color is like pinkish because I put a little of that blue magic. You know, I done put a little something in here. You know, I put a little something in here. But no, this is tonic water. Yeah. So depending on what's in the store, depends on what water I buy. And I seen some tonic water. I said, you know what? It's springtime. I'm coming off my little injury. I got to get myself back together. I was like, this is perfect. Now, in case you don't know, tonic water is good for you, and they hide it from you. They don't put tonic water with the water. They put tonic water with the liquor, where you would never be looking to buy water at. You're not looking to buy water in the alcohol and champagne and wine and beer section. You go to the water section to buy water. But usually when you go to the water section, you don't see tonic water. Tonic water is basically your bitters. It's a fake bitters. It's a fake bitters, right? It has cinchona bark in it. So tonic water has just a little bit of cinchona bark extract. So that's where they started making like gin and tonics and all of those drinks. But yeah, it's just water, sparkling water, right? So where we left off with the cancer, is this. And we're getting ready to go real far away. So I want to start us, you know, at least just like, because we're getting ready to go all the way around the mountain. right? This is what we was talking about, right? We were talking about Otto Warburg and his theory, which at the time when Otto Warburg presented it, it was alternative medicine. It was, pseudo. It was, he was outside the box, for, Western thought anyway, right? He was really in the box in terms of Kemetic science. That was pretty much the entire Kemetic science presentation. He just remixed it, right? And we know that the German scientists have a pattern of that type of intellectual property abuse. So it's okay. We're used to it by now, right? But there was something else, because Otto Warburg theory was based on glucose, right? His theory was based around glucose fermentation, right? Or glycolysis, right? Glucose fermentation. And, we went through the whole story of the legend of Asar, right? The legend of Osiris Usir, right? And fermentation. And we went through the whole process. But what they were looking for to make it like a slam dunk was something else, right? They were looking for something else, because even when they isolated glucose from cancer cells, they were still able to ferment energy, right? So what they wound up finding is these guys, right? Glutamine and glutamate as the source of fermentive energy for cancer cells. And so we went through that, right? Okay. Now today we're going to go through congestive heart failure. We're going to go through a whole deep dive masterclass, right? We probably be on here for a while. Yeah. I don't know if we'll be on here for 4 hours, but we'll probably be on here for a while, right? Hotep to the family. Hotep to the Hotepers, right? But these two amino acids, right? It just, I'm even going to say ironic, because it just is what it is. The whole body is one system. Something that affects the body over here affects it over here and over here and over. So it's just crazy that these guys right here are also at the center of congestive heart failure. Congestive heart failure, which is the number one cause of heart failure, at least in the States. Right? So this is what's getting folks. Right? Folks are going down. Congestive heart failure. And to be honest, this is what really first set me onto a collision course with all of the quote unquote Kemetic scholars. A lot of what we're going to discuss today. It's funny, we started off with this video. Hotep Jesus be having this eerily crazy timing. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him again anyway. But it's crazy. We started off with my little rant about what's going on over there in Giza right now. But this is what started my beef with some of the Kemetic scholars, because they were, as Kemetic scholars, they were denigrating, overlooking, disrespecting, violating, the medical papyri, the surgical prowess, the wealth of information on anatomy and health and medicine and everything that came from Kemet. And I was saying, how could you be Kemetic scholars if you are actively trying to invalidate the best, like the strongest intellectual, like this is the treasure trove, right? This is it. This is the knowledge of treating good and evil. Like this is how sway. I'm like, y'all must be with them people. Yeah, that's all I can think of. You must be with them people. You a double agent. You over here fraud. You're not really with the people. You're amongst the people trying to mislead the people, clearly, because heart disease is the #1 killer around the world. And you're doing what with the weighing of the heart ceremony? We studying the weighing of the heart ceremony. We should be studying the weighing of the heart ceremony to try and figure out how to stop heart disease. Right? Like literally, the whole Kemetic science revolves around the heart. That was the most important thing in Kemet, the heart. So I'm like, yeah, we should be somewhere right in there. Like wherever that, we got to get up in there somewhere. So anyway, right? Same way we figured out the heart attack, right? Now we on congestive heart failure, right? Now we on congestive heart failure. So we're gonna go in. Yo, why would you put that in my chat? That's the wrong channel for that. Yo, stop trolling my page. Look at this. What you doing putting this in here? What's wrong with you? Yo, what's wrong with you? Oh my God. But you know what? I got this. So I'm gonna be happy this whole live stream. I'm gonna be happy this whole live stream. I'm gonna just be happy this whole live stream. Like, you know how they show the videos back in days where you skipping through the field of grass. I'm gonna be. It's like a drug right here. I'm gonna just be happy this whole time. Even if you troll it, I'm still just gonna be happy. So you put graffiti in my chat room. This is the wrong channel. You got to go to Hassan Campbell or somebody. Go to Zip with the drip pay. You got to put that on somebody. Whack 100. You got to put that over there somewhere. All right. So where do we start? Where do we start this conversation? I don't know where family thought he was at. I'm talking about the pyramids. And my man said, we're going to free the homies. Oh my goodness. The homies got to free themselves, man. We got to be careful that we don't apply freedom fighter ideology to people that put themselves into bad situations. Right? We gotta be mindful who we put our good prayers on. Right? All right, so let's talk about it. Right? Let's talk about it. And this is from the Ebers Papyrus Volume 2. So Volume 1 is available, right? We got 360 books, right? On muscles, joints, tendons, ligaments, all of that kind of stuff. Those are available. And then we also have the Ebers Papyrus Volume 1. What we're talking about today is coming from the heels of our last combo, but this is primarily in the Ebers Papyrus Part 2, Yeah, my bad. You're right. Yeah, see, look, it might just be, look, I am excellent. Who knows? I am excellent might just be from Cali. So listen, we can't judge I am excellent. We cannot judge I am excellent because, listen, it's 10:30. I'm in Michigan. It's 10:30. If I am excellent is in Cali, it's 7 o'clock, 7:30. They just woke up. They don't know what's happening yet. You know, you just wake up. You ain't fully, you know what I mean? So, hey, this is the judgment-free zone. This is a judgment-free zone. Right? We're trying to heal the people. And as a healer, you got to work on everybody. You got to work on everybody. All right. Congestive heart failure. A syndrome caused by impairment in the heart's ability to fill with and pump blood. A long-term condition that happens when your heart can't pump blood well enough to give your body a normal supply. Blood and fluids collect in your lungs and legs over time. Medications and other treatments help manage symptoms like swelling, although symptoms vary based on which side of the heart is affected. Heart failure typically presents with shortness of breath, excess fatigue, and bilateral leg swelling, right? So they had, you got chronic fatigue syndrome floating around out there, right? You got chronic fatigue syndrome floating around out there, and there's really no known cause for that, right? Now there's some magnesium and some other simple things that people have done to have, some real good success with chronic fatigue syndrome. But if you look at the early warning signs and symptoms for congestive heart failure, right? Chronic fatigue syndrome may be an early warning sign. Like, hey, you might want to go and get some of them Dr. EnQi books of, you might want to start, or if you have some already, you might want to start reading them. Yeah, you might want to start reading and learning that, getting that info down pat, because you could be in trouble. There's a lot of early warning signs for things that we ignore. Amongst men, one of the most prevalent and disturbing early warning signs for heart disease that we ignore is waking up in the morning and not having a heart on, not having a salute, right? That means that you are developing heart disease. Or, if when it's go time, you can't get, your program, you need that bad boy to be at 6 o'clock, and you're joining at like 9:30, right? So erectile dysfunction, in most cases, is an early warning sign for heart disease, right? Cardiovascular disease, right? You say, no, it's not an early warning sign for heart disease. It's an early sign for cardiovascular disease. I can't even say tomato, because one leads to the other, right? So it's really just, and that's the other downside to compartmentalizing everything with the human body. You don't get to see, because the way your body works is it has a hierarchy of systems. It's a hierarchy of organs, right? And so the way your body systems interact, the way your organs and glands interact, you can see a failure here will cause problems in other areas. Simple. It's just like in your city. If the power goes down, boom, you know that there's things that people can do in a power outage to keep things going, but there's other things that's going to be, it's a wrap, right? Power shuts down, internet's gone, right? So your body works that way. Cardiovascular disease is the primary cause of congestive heart failure, right? And so we're going to look at the primary drivers today. We're going to get all the way deep down into these guys, right? These amino acids here as the primary drivers of cardiovascular disease and congestive heart failure, and then some ideas on how you can prevent it and, go about reversing, regaining your health, regaining control over your health, etc. But we got to get, we got to get all the way deep down. We got to figure it out. Listen, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me, Yeah, it's go time, your lady is ready. That thing supposed to be at 12, 6 o'clock. That's a warning sign to let you know, the capillaries are not getting blood, the way they're supposed to, right? And so if the capillaries, here's what you really need to be thinking, right? For you wind up like LeVar Ball. That haunts me. I'm black, I'm dark. You see how dark I'm dark? And there's big lights right here, and I'm dark like this. So I'm dark, right? So it haunts me. I'm scared. You know what I'm saying? Like with my leg, I'm in the bed for weeks. I can't exercise. I'm getting fat. I get scared. Yeah, I think, EnQi know all the information. I still get scared. Trust me. The more you know, the more paranoid you are about health stuff happening to you. You know what I'm saying? So you got to think like this. This is your midsection, right? This is your midsection. And so if the capillaries in your midsection are not getting strong blood flow, your brain may not be getting strong blood flow. Your feet, your toes, definitely not getting strong blood flow, right? If your capillaries in your midsection are not getting strong blood flow, and you're purposefully like trying to get blood flow, right? Well, the areas of your body you don't think about, your feet, your toes, your lower legs, right? Especially if you're sitting a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. I'm telling you. Oh, I appreciate that. Listen, let me tell you, I totally agree with that sentiment right there, Soul God, because I almost had a heart attack when somebody did this. What? So yeah. Definitely a great day. I try to make sure, I put the work in between lives to make sure when we go live, we have something fun, informative, right? Something fun, something informative that we can go in on, right? Okay. So, heart failure typically presents with shortness of breath, excess fatigue, bilateral leg swelling, right? So if you got bilateral, that just means both legs. That just means both legs. That's all. Bilateral leg swelling. Like, EnQi, what's that? That's just your leg swelling. So you got that water building up around your calves, in the front of your, your tibia. You got water around the ankles, right? You got water building up in your leg. That's edema, right? Those are circulatory issues, right? The severity of heart failure is mainly decided based on ejection fraction, right? Ejection fraction. That's the strength of your heart to push the blood out, right? And where is it pushing the blood out into, right? The aorta, right? In the aorta. So a lot of, and I guess in the next 5 or 10 years, they'll start to revamp the way they look at the heart. Trust me, this is going to change. A lot of this heart science has to change because it's not correct, but it's going to evolve. Let me say that, right? But they're going to have to look more into the aorta, because when they talk about the heart pushing blood out, the heart pushes blood into the aorta, and the aorta actually circulates the blood everywhere, right? And so it's the smooth muscle, right? You got 3 types of muscle: skeletal muscle, cardiac muscle, smooth muscle. It's the smooth muscle that's primarily responsible for carrying your blood all throughout the Bible. All throughout the Bible, all throughout the body. And it's the impact of these 2 amino acids on that smooth muscle, right? In surprising ways, though. In surprising ways. So you see this connection, it's going to be a little weird. It's a little crazy, right? It's a little crazy. All right. Heart failure is a common... Oh, wait, I'm skipping. For people with chronic, stable, or mild heart failure, treatment usually consists of lifestyle changes, such as not smoking, physical exercise, dietary changes, as well as medications. Look at that list right there. Look at that list right there. Look at that list right there. Now, how can somebody tell you that holistic ideology or naturopathic ideology is not effective? Right? This is straight from Britannica. This is straight from the National Health. This is straight from the CDC. This right here is straight from the horse's mouth in terms of what the standard numbers are and woo, woo, woo. This is referenced material. So look at how they put that there. Lifestyle changes, exercise, as well as medications, right? In heart failure due to left ventricular dysfunction, angiotensin converting inhibitors, angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors, angiotensin 2 receptor blockers, or angiotensin receptor neprilysin inhibitors, along with beta blockers, mineral corticoid receptor agonists, SGL2 inhibitors are recommended. Diuretics may also be prescribed to prevent fluid retention and the resulting shortness of breath. So when we're talking about the edema in the lower legs, it happens all over the body. And when it happens in the lungs and around the diaphragm and all that, that's when people get shortness of breath, right? But I want to go back over here, right? Because this right here, these like #1 drugs right here, right? You see that? Angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors, right? Some of y'all watching this video probably got that in your cabinet right now, right? Those are ACE inhibitors. That's what that is. Angiotensin converting enzyme, ACE. Angiotensin A converting C enzyme E, ACE inhibitors, right? So somebody watching got ACE inhibitors in their house right now. It's like, oh yeah, I got some, yeah. Well, depending on how old you are, my grandma got some, yeah. Right? Depending on the case, an implanted device such as a pacemaker or implantable cardiac defibrillator might be sometimes recommended. In some moderate or more severe cases, okay, they have to put a little machine up in there. Okay. The term congestive heart failure is often used because one of the most common symptoms is congestion or fluid accumulation in the tissues and veins of the lungs and other parts of a person's body. Right? Now, after this video, we got another hour and 20 minutes. After going through all this information, when we get to 12 o'clock and we go into prayer, man, I promise you, at noon, today's prayer will hit different. After you listen to all this, the prayer gonna hit different. Promise. Right? Congestion manifests itself particularly in the form of fluid accumulation, swelling, in the form of peripheral edema, right? Swollen limbs and feet, pulmonary edema causing difficulty breathing, and ascites, which is a swollen abdomen. Pulse pressure, which is the difference between the systolic and diastolic numbers, is often low or narrow, i.e. 25% or less than the level of the systolic. In people with heart failure, and this can be an early warning sign. The left side of the heart takes oxygen-rich blood. Okay. All right, we didn't skip some of this. Right? Y'all are already getting ready to order the book. So, yeah, you can have some of these details in the book. Right? Common causes of heart failure: coronary artery disease, previous heart attacks, high blood pressure, atrial fibrillation. What is happening right now? Oh, we got a nice little delivery, some love out there. All right, that's beautiful. High blood pressure, atrial fibrillation, vulval heart disease, alcohol use, infections, cardiomyopathy, right? Viral infections, inflammation of heart tissue. All of these can contribute, or none of them, to congestive heart failure. Congestive heart failure does not have a set known thing. So all of the things I just named, including a whole list of things from diabetes to just, we don't know, right? I tell some people, we don't know. Like, we don't know what caused this. Yeah, we don't know what caused it, right? Right? HIV, chemotherapy drugs, right? Cocaine, methamphetamine use, right? So drug habits, alcohol, or certain other medications, right? Different diseases, illnesses. This is a good one here. That's a good one right there, ain't it? That's a good one right there. That's a good one and a particularly troubling one, right? How many people snore? Put your hand up. Put your hand up. Let me see if you snore. How many people snore at night? How many people sleep next to somebody that snores at night? Right? How many people grind their teeth at night? How many people sleep next to somebody that grinds their teeth at night? Right? How many of us have a child or some children that snore or grind their teeth? Right? How many people have an uncle, an auntie, their mother, father, right? Snore and or grinding your teeth at night. Or maybe they talk in the middle of the night and they sleep. They talk and they sleep. Right? Yeah. I have 10 children. Well, not really. I really don't. I have 5 children. I have 5 adults that I also, made. Then they're no longer children. They're adults now. But technically, I only have 5 children. Right? But with 10 children, you pretty much see it all. Right? You pretty much see it all. So, trust me. Joe Budden is not the only person with sleeping issues. I know y'all see Joe Budden wake up in the middle of the night buck naked and just go to his neighbor's house and try to get in his neighbor's house. Like, what? Over the holiday, Joe Budden got arrested because he was outside naked, sleep, apparently. Right? But we overlook that. Right? We overlook that. And that's the important thing. Right? Make jokes. It's funny. Like certain stuff we just make jokes about. Somebody got stink feet. We make jokes about whoever in the family. Somebody in your family got stink feet now. You know who it is. Somebody got stink feet. Somebody snoring. You know what I'm saying? Then amongst the couple, you know what I'm saying? Your lady might not say nothing. She'd rub your back and tell you it's all good. Then y'all get into an argument. Well, you couldn't even. Right? But these are things that we're supposed to take as symptoms, as warning signs. And here's the break between the modern way of healthcare and the Kemetic way. And it's one of the things that helped to fuel the narratives that Kemetic science, especially medical science, wasn't a serious thing. Because the range of symptoms that they would take as serious, that they wrote down in the papyri. They included emotional things or everyday things that we would overlook today and discard, like not being able to perform, or, having swollen ankles or, just all of these little warning signs, like somebody snoring, right? All of these are signs that you can have heart failure. Yeah, you could just go to sleep one night and not wake up. Where your body's designed in such a way that you can catch a big problem by figuring out a small problem. You know what I'm saying? And trust me, my son Caleb, I love my boy. That's Osiris. That's Osiris. That's his middle name. Caleb Osiris. That's his first name from the Bible, middle name from Caleb Osiris. That's his name. He could wake up the neighbor. How loud he can snore. He can go to town. Woo! Man. But Dad, I got it from you. I'm like, oh, whoa, whoa. We're not talking about me right now. But here's the thing. They got snoring aids. Snoring aid is easy peasy. It's nice. You know, you go to Amazon. They got some good ones on Amazon for like $30, $40. And they worked wonders in my house. They have worked wonders in my house. So I probably should have like one of those Advocate. What is it? Is it called Advocate? Where you send somebody to the link and then if people buy it, you get paid. I probably should have some of those links. But it's a mouthpiece. They have mouthpieces, double-sided. Boil it in the hot water. Then you put it in your mouth so it kind of shapes around to your mouth. $30, $40. Stop you from grinding your teeth and snoring. And you get a much better, solid sleep through the night. Wake up feeling more refreshed. Right? Now, back in the days, only wealthier people had that as an option. So most people don't know those exist. You know what I'm saying? Back in the days, that was for people with money because you had to go to like a orthopedic surgeon, right? You had to go to a sleep doctor to get sent to an orthopedic doctor, and they would take a mold of your teeth, a mold of your mouth, and then they would create a custom design. And they still do that. And those are the really good ones. Those are like $500, $600, right? Those are like $500, $600. So, and they're worth it. They're worth the $500 or $600 if you can afford it. You know what I'm saying? So I would suggest to people that's interested in trying it out, go get you a little $25 joint. Don't just jump out there like, hold up, EnQi, don't count my pockets. I got money. Okay, I don't know what your budget look like. I know what mine look like. So yeah, we don't have any $500 mouthpieces. Not for snoring, right? But I would say try out because it doesn't work for everybody. It's not like 100%, you know, but it works for most people. So try it out. $30. Can't go wrong with $30. And then if it works well for you, you could think about investing into a more expensive one. You know what I'm saying? But if it does work well for you, it's priceless because there's some people that have sleep apnea that fall asleep driving, you know, and the reason they're falling asleep all day is because they're not sleeping through the night. And even when they are asleep, because it looks like they're asleep, they're not really sleep. Their body's not being rejuvenated because they can't get the oxygen in. Filling up your body with oxygen is a big thing. That's a big part of healing and rejuvenating your body when you sleep, is having a period of time where you're expending a very small, very little to no energy, eating, walking, talking, wrestling, jumping, running, and you're just pulling in oxygen and using that oxygen to rebuild enzymes and, just regenerate the body. But if you're having sleep issues, and usually it's because your jaw muscles are weak or just the way your face is structured when you go to sleep, your tongue, either your tongue or the upper half of your jaw blocks your airway. So you like, you really like, snoring is really like low key, like choking, right? You're struggling to get air in the body. So anyway, that could be a warning sign of heart failure. Yeah, see? Yeah. And there's levels to it. They got the 20, 20, 30. That's, Paul, we right in the same, we right in that same, right in that same, But then they got the 50 to 100. And then after that, yeah, I wouldn't suggest anybody pay any more than like 60 or 70 bucks for something. If you're going to spend any more than 50 or 60 bucks, you need to go to them people and let them do the professional measurements and get you the whole program. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, we're working on us. Listen, judgment-free zone, we working on us, right? People snoring, people talking they sleep, people just Tourette syndrome yelling out, free big you, so it's all good. Oh my goodness. Now this right here is interesting, right? Because this can also, but check this out. Look at these here. Now, if you don't know what these are, right? If you don't know what these are, right? Because two of these are interesting, right? Beriberi, right? Let's look up beriberi for a second. I want you to see how this goes sometime. I want you to peep this, how this goes sometime. Let me find us okay, bam. Let's jump on this. Let's hit the Google. Let's look at beriberi real quick. Sometimes one thing leads to something else, right? So let's look at beriberi, right? Beriberi, right? Thiamine or vitamin B1 deficiency, right? Let's see if we can find us a little wiki. Okay, beautiful. A severe chronic form is known as beriberi. The name beriberi was possibly borrowed in the 18th century from the Senegalese phrase, I cannot, owing to the weakness caused by the condition. The two main types in adults are wet beriberi and dry beriberi. Wet beriberi affects the cardiovascular system, resulting in a fast heart rate, shortness of breath, and leg swelling. You see that? That right there is the symptoms of congestive heart failure. That's literally the whole symptoms of congestive heart failure right there under a different name. Wet beriberi. Right? Then you have dry beriberi affecting the nervous system, resulting in numbness of the hands and feet, confusion, trouble moving the legs, and pain. Now, dry beriberi is what they tell you to worry about for a heart attack. Right? They'd be like, listen, if that left arm get weird, or you feel a sudden streak of tingling, so this is just vitamin B1. Right? This is just vitamin B1. And look at the risk factors for vitamin B1. A diet of mostly white rice. What? Look at that right there. Now, how many people had white rice this week? How many people had white rice this week? Don't hide. Don't hide. How many people had white rice twice in the last 7 days? Come on. Don't hide. You know we're going to find you. How many people had white rice 4 times in the last 7 days for dinner? Come on now. Oh, we going crazy. We going crazy. Look at this. We is going crazy. Look at this. What is this? You know what? This is amazing. This is God at work right now. I want y'all to understand the Netchers is acting crazy in my chat right now. So look at this. And this, for y'all that be asking me sometime, yo, EnQi, you should have more comments in the comment section. The people that watch my channel, they don't have that many comments. They don't have comments. We don't generate comments, right? We teach it, right? So we don't generate comments because look at this. Look at this, Frank. Look at that. No comment. Just $20. Boop. No comment. Look at this. Just because. No comment. No words. Boop. Just oops upside your head. Oops upside your head. That's it. Okay. So listen. Y'all know, obviously, I don't know how to act with super chats. So it's going to take me a while to get used to super chats, especially if people are sending me this color. I think this color means something. I think the colors mean something. Bro, listen. I be up at night. Chloe be on me. She be like, Dad, you don't take care of yourself. You thinking about everybody. That right there keeps me awake at night. And then I be reading the stuff in the Patreon. You know, sometimes I don't even know how to respond directly to some people. You know, or some people would text me, or family members, or people just hit me up with stuff. It keeps me awake. My heart be in pain sometimes. I be feeling like I'm super empathetic. I can feel people's stuff. You know what I'm saying? Pause. Okay. Yeah. So them dark color joints, they can give me a whole heart attack with them big fat super chats like that. But listen, don't think I forgot about y'all now. Last 7 days, how many people had white rice for dinner? In Harlem, let me tell you, this was my dad's favorite place to go get food. This was my dad's favorite place to go get breakfast. Right across the street from where we used to live at in Harlem on 115th Street, right? Right where Lenox start, coming off 116th. Like right there in the cut. If you ain't know about it, you'll walk right past it. But right there in the cut, it was a little breakfast spot called the Japs. That's where like all of the hustlers and the who's who, you know, the who's who and the hustlers, everybody went there for breakfast. So you could see, you know, and it was like Switzerland. You know what I'm saying? People didn't act the fool in the Japs. You had to respect the establishment. You know what I'm saying? But everybody got their breakfast from the Japs. But the cheat code was they was giving you like a huge plate of white rice with a little bit of everything else on there. So you get some potatoes, some eggs, whatever. But it was just like a big, big white rice. So you got folks eating white rice for breakfast and for dinner. And then they might go get them some Chinese or something for lunch, more white rice. So you just got to be mindful. And this is why we talk about the lymphatic immunity book, right? And then I think it's the hydrochemistry book, right? The lymphatic immunity book, the hydrochemistry book, Yeah, I think those are the primary books. But this is why we talk about circulation, right? Because circulation, it really is all like the whole principle of biochemistry is based on the idea of ma'at, right? Because ma'at is not only balance like this, like balance like this, it's balancing of ratios, right? Ma'at, sequence, number, mathematics, right? So you got to understand a lot of the fluid dynamics, like a lot of the chemistry in your body, in the fluids, it's about ratios of stuff that's there, right? So I'm not banging on white rice because, hey, you got to eat, you got to feed them babies. So you might have to get you some white rice. But you have to find ways to be clever about your white rice, right? If you're having white rice, you have to find ways to be clever about it, right? So if you're doing white rice, you want to make sure that before, after, or during the meal, in between, like eat half the plate, then you take your supplements or whatever the case may be, and then finish your meal, right? But you want to make sure that you add nutrients before, during, or after that meal somehow to make that a nutrient dense meal, right? So now if you're having a bunch of stir fry vegetables, like you had a whole bunch of vegetables and, other things with your white rice, not so bad. Not so bad, right? White rice is not a killer. It's not bad in and of itself. The problem is it's a nothing substance, which is the reason why bodybuilders swear by it, right? Bodybuilders is loading up. But the thing with bodybuilders is they're going to take supplements. They're going crazy loading up on the supplements. So they're eating nothing foods. When I say nothing, I mean foods with zero or very little nutrition in it on purpose. They're doing that on purpose. You cannot follow the bodybuilders in your regular life. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that probably a million more times. But you can't follow what they're doing unless you're going to follow what they're doing. They eat nothing foods on purpose because they want to be able to calculate every item. They want to know they took this amount of vitamin B1, 2, 3, 4, this much vitamin C, this much sodium, boom, 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 boom. They want to calculate everything. So they don't really want to eat foods all the time with too much stuff in there because it throws off their counts. And they may be under their calories, over their protein, had too much sugar, too much fat. So they like to have over the plate stuff where they could just calculate up everything. Now, John Q. Public, you need to be doing the opposite. You need to just be trying to have as much nutrients every time you eat as possible so you can make sure you cover everything, right? So that's really the problem with rice is void of a lot of nutrition. It's just white rice. It's just pretty much sugar, right? And so it's going to take up space, but it's not putting anything in there. So to throw your ratios off, and you really need to have all of those B vitamins at all times circulating in the blood, right? B vitamins and even vitamin C, right? Just the water-based vitamins in general, right? Here's the problem with one-a-day vitamins, right? One-a-day vitamins are good, because a lot of people, they don't get in their vitamins. So if you have a one-a-day, that's more than nothing, right? That's more than nothing, right? So that's you better with the one-a-day than nothing. But the problem with the one-a-day is it creates a false sense of security, and it creates a false narrative that all you need to do is just pop this one-a-day and then you're straight for the day, right? But the main difference between your fat-soluble vitamins and your water-soluble vitamins is that water-soluble vitamins you lose all the time. Especially since we live in a world where people is drinking a lot of caffeine. So if you on green tea, coffee, espresso, this, that, and the other, all of those things are diuretics, right? They make you pee-pee. They make you go to the bathroom. Do number one, right? If you have sugar issues, right, you got to do a lot of number ones, right? So your frequency of going to pee should tell you, how much time, like you need to take B vitamins and C vitamins 2-3 times a day, right? Cortisol flush running through your body flushes your B vitamins out because B vitamins are also stress vitamins. So B vitamins buffer stress, right? So if you got a stressful job, you need to have B vitamins at the job. You just need to have like B vitamins in your locker or in your desk or in your book bag, wherever, however your situation is. You need to have them with you, right? So as soon as your stress go up, boop, you need to reflood your body with B vitamins because you done flushed them out, right? Or you in a wild relationship, you arguing back and forth. Every time you get up that phone arguing, listen, every time you have an argument, you need to get them B vitamins, right? So, oh man, see now y'all going crazy. Y'all gonna make me cry on the internet. Y'all gonna make me cry on the internet. This is crazy. They're gonna make me start going live every day. I don't even have that much to talk about every day. That's why I don't go live every day. See, this is what happens to people. This is why people be doing too much streaming. This is why people be on stream overload. They go on the internet and they start getting love from people and they get crazy. They get addicted to the love. Oh my God. Oh my God. Man. That's crazy. The screen got crazy over here. Look at this. Man, I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. And oh, I really love you now. Woo, that's a dark colored red there. Right? So now here's the other piece though. Right? Here's another piece with this same vitamin B1. Right? So there's a different form of this vitamin. Right? There's a different form of this vitamin. Let me see if they got it on here. Look at this, brain disease. And this is how they disrespect Kemet. Because when you go through the Ebers papers, the section on heart disease, it has symptoms, associated with brain activity, cognitive activity, emotional, and so they use those things to discredit the validity of their cardiology. And now we have the evidence to just slap people upside the head with, like, no. That Kemetic science was light years in advance. It was so far in advance, you had no idea what you was even looking at. Now you got to double back. Hotel G said, I got to be here daily. Bro, listen. I just want to make sure when I come on, I have something valuable. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard doing what you do over there. That thing you do over there is crazy. Hotel Jesus is broadcasting daily on like 15 different places. That's why he got a team though. He got a team over there. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just be online, just, because I get on here and start to break dancing, talking about, you know what? Now I'm starting to understand what's happening with some of these other platforms, though. Because I see people have a platform where they talk about one thing, and as their subject matter dries up, they start getting into talking about sports, and before they know it, they're reviewing albums, and then they talking about, I'm like, I see what's happening. I just want to stay true to the game. So if, if the Netchers send me the info, we going in. I don't know if you've seen, but earlier when we first started, I was talking about that text you sent me with homeboys. Well, we discovered this underneath the pyramids and woo. Ooh, that must be contagious. This must be contagious right here. That's what's happening right now. This is contagious. Man. I am so grateful for y'all illness. Whatever this is called right here. Super chat flu. Super chat flu. I would just thank the ancestors for super chat flu. Bro, yeah, man. I started the video 15 minutes early just to talk about that. I was so upset. I said, Hotep Jesus knew he was sending me something provocative. He knew I was going to feel a type of way about that. But look, I want y'all to see this because there's another type of vitamin B1. There's another form of it. Okay, so they're not going to put it right here. See, they ain't going to put it right there. They ain't going to make it low-hanging fruit easy for you to find. So let's do this. Here we go. We're just going to do our thing. There we go. Boop. Look at that. Benfotiamine. Look at that. Now look at this. Look at this here. Look at that. Vitamin B1, the synthetic lab version, is approved in some countries as a medication for diabetes, polyneuropathy. And then when you tell some people, they be like, well, what about my nerves? Like, well, are you in your B vitamins? Oh no, I need some real. All right. What do I know? I got gold teeth in, so obviously wearing gold teeth, you can't be that smart, right? What do I know? Meanwhile, vitamin B1 was developed as a medication. And when you look up vitamin B1, they don't really show you this. You got to know what you're looking for. Like, boop, benfotiamine, boop. You look at it, a whole nother world opens up. Boop. Vitamin B1 is so a lot of times people only talk about what they can monetize, right? So, man, and you got a super chat, you almost can monetize everything. So I don't know why people really only speak to products they have to sell. So in the world of fake holistic science, right, and which is this whole thing, the whole internet that's been created the last 10 years with guys like Andrew Huberman and all these guys, the whole wellness, biohackers. I want y'all to know that these guys came onto YouTube to stop us. Yeah. They came onto YouTube to stop us, literally. Me and everybody that came with and after me, all of my contemporaries, they came on to stop us. They watched Dr. Africa, they watched Dr. Sebi, and with Dr. Sebi, they thought they could stop Dr. Sebi, but then wound up turning him into like a living martyr. So he only got bigger, his word only spread further and wider. So that approach, so they got this whole fake universe, this fake holistic, where they just going basically credential out the holistic and naturopathic practitioners. At least that's what they thought anyway, right? But that's what that is. The biohackers is the medical school edition of holistic, naturopathic, think outside the box. But for the most part, they're just watching us remixing and then standing behind credentials. Like, oh, well, I'm such and such from such and such. I'm Jack Cruz. I'm a top neurosurgeon from wherever. Well, why is your resume that you lost 200 pounds and not that you whatever? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you doing weight loss? Why you not talking about brain surgery? Anyway, some of these things that we overlook are powerful, powerful, powerful in terms of changing around our health. And this is one of them. This is a super cheat code. In certain countries around the world, you have to get a prescription to get vitamin B1. In America, you could just go right to Amazon. You could just go right to Amazon. Look at the National Institute of Health, right? You can just go right to Amazon. I mean, insane. But that's the knowledge. Because if you don't know what to get or how much to use it or how often to take it, So that's the thing. Some people are using vitamin B1 or getting their B vitamins in, but they're not getting enough in. Their life is too stressful for that small little, one a day, And you need to be mixing in vitamins always with the real thing. Vitamins and supplements should never supersede the food. Supplements goes with the food. So you want to make sure you're getting vitamins in the food, and then you supplement the vitamins that you're getting in the food with some, with some stuff from other places that you can order or whatever the case may be. But when you get those things, they don't have the living enzymes and, all of those things that you get from real food, right? So when you add those things to food, specifically foods, like for instance, we're talking about B vitamins. When you add synthetic B vitamins to foods that are rich in B vitamins already, it's much more of a synergistic effect because the actual foods that have B vitamins have everything in it that your body needs to help digest the B vitamins and make sure you get, the highest level of bioavailability as opposed to, just peeing out your supplements. Let's go, man. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's keep this thing super sticker. I think this is my first super sticker. Or maybe a super sticker is the same thing as a super chat. I don't know, but I like it. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I like it. Yeah, I might get back to them long videos. Hey, I might be forced to get back to the long video. I might be forced, right? All right, so remember, we on congestive heart failure, though. We on congestive heart failure. I lost my screen. Here we go. Yeah, we're on congestive heart failure, right? So before we go crazy, right? Selenium, right? We have articles on selenium, right? These are cheat codes. Matter of fact, let me tell you a quick story. One time I was going to Ohio State. Me and Tony, right? Tony is becoming an old lady now, right? Tony is like 25, going on 25. Yeah, Tony going on 25. She'll be 25 in a few months. Old lady status, right? But we was going to Ohio State to do a lecture on the Urban Kryptonite documentary, right? And before, Brother Diallo, shout out to him, right? He did a lot of promo, local promo in Ohio, to get it warmed up so people come out for the lecture. Woo-woo. So a guy called me up and he was like, I'm suffering with congestive heart failure and, all this and all that. So I'm like, well, just, I'm excited. So I'm like, yo, it's going to be crazy. I'm going to be there. You don't know who else is going to be there in the lineup. You know what I'm saying? Because we had Jehudi, Dr. Africa, some other young guns, but we had Jehudi, Dr. Africa, we had some OGs. Dr. B with his weird stuff. He was in the documentary. So I'm like, you don't know who's going to show up. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get a wealth of information. You're going to get every different perspective that there is on holistic, naturopathic, alternative. Like and then low key, a lot of people don't know, Dr. Africa was like a actual doctor in the military. So Dr. Africa had the ability, that's why I kind of, even though he was a little, eccentric, you know what I'm saying? I kind of gravitated to what, his teaching style, because he it was grounded in a lot of hardcore science, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so I was excited, like, whoop, and he was like, well, I'm really not doing well, so I may not make it. And, it was a kind of somber conversation. And I was like, well, just meet me at the door. I'll get you in. Don't worry about it. If it's, because I forgot what the tickets was. I think the tickets was probably like $20 or something like that. I was like, just meet me at the door. Don't worry about it. I'll tell them you with me. We good, hood style. Meet me at the door. I put you on the guest list. So anyway, he like, nah, I'm not gonna be able to do that, brother. I'm really not even in the condition to be out like that. But just is there anything you can help me out with, information, so he's persistent. And so I told him about some of the herbs, we got the magnesium and the selenium, and that was pretty much it, right? I just was telling him about the magnesium and the selenium. And after I went through about a whole, how I just start talking on crazy. I spent probably an hour telling him about magnesium and selenium. And then he like, well, brother, I wish I could have ordered them. I'm like every turn of positive hope, I try to, he just find a way to shoot it down. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, look, here's what I could do. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting off the phone with you, buddy. But I tell you what, meet me at the event. It's the best I could do for you. Meet me at the event. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you a book, you know what I'm saying? And you'll have the information. He was like, man, I prefer, can you give me some of them herbs you was talking about? And it's the liquid magnesium, liquid selenium, but it's herb based, you know what I'm saying? So, but I gave it to him. I told him, just meet me up there. I give it to you. Pay me back when you can. And that was that. He, came, saw me at the door. I gave him some magnesium, some selenium. That was that. I didn't expect anything of it. You know what I'm saying? But he had really, really bad, severe congestive heart failure. They was telling him, he had an X amount of months to live type of congestive heart failure. And so maybe like 6 to 9 months later, brother calls me up asking how he could send me payment for the herbs. He feels amazing. God bless you. Oh man, I can't believe it. Just magnesium, selenium, right? So we looked at a few. Vitamin B1, magnesium, and selenium. And the relevance these things have to the Ebers papyrus is this. The main premise, the operational, the modus operandi with Kemetic therapy was the food is the medicine. Not let your food be medicine, but the food is the medicine, right? The food is the medicine. So a lot of those early things that's written down those papyri, if you didn't really understand what it was, like even they had poop as some of their prescriptions, or they would add poop into some of the prescriptions, right? And, people get silly, they get foolish, they don't know what that is. But there's two things that validate even those aspects of what they were doing back then. Today, you have people doing high dollar surgery for poop transplants. It's poop transplants. People that have severe allergies and autoimmune diseases, they get poop transplants. Poop transplants. Because it's about the microbiome. It's about the bacteria in the poop, right? People get poop transplants, works wonders, right? And then the other thing is probiotics, right? Bacteria, right? Bacteria. And one of the things that we're going to talk about is vitamin K. Vitamin K is going to come up in the conversation. And vitamin K is primarily driven by bacteria, right? Vitamin K and B12. Vitamin K and B12 are bacteria-based. Like that's the case that we need to live symbiotic, synergistically with bacteria, right? From the dust of the ground, right? Well, in the dust of the ground, the unadulterated dust of the ground is fungus, bacteria. So we have minerals that we need, nutrients that we need every day, right? Mineral, cobalt, B12, and vitamin K, bacteria. So even some of the crazier things that we didn't understand in the Ebers papyrus that was recommended therapeutically, now we have scientific underpinning so we could see what they were actually doing, what they were actually doing. So just going through these basic things, because this is in food, right? This is in food. The selenium is in Brazil nuts, right? Selenium is in Brazil nuts, right? The greens, well, the reason things are green is because of magnesium, right? Chlorophyll, magnesium. So the medicine is in the food. What is that? I don't even understand what that is right there. What is, y'all playing. Y'all trolling. Now y'all trolling because I don't even know what that is right there. That's crazy. That ain't even red. What is this? What is this? What is that? I don't even know what that is. That's crazy. You are trolling. That is crazy. What is this? I'm turning this video off. I'm shutting the live down. That's crazy right there. What is that? That's crazy right there. 200 anythings is amazing. 200 anythings is amazing. That is crazy right there. He done went crazy. I gotta watch out for the folks from Africa, boy. They don't mess around. That was crazy right there. That is crazy right there. He said 200 African dollars. Listen, stop this madness. Don't be trying to count. Don't be trying to count our pocket. Listen, don't be trying to count our pocket. Get that out of there. Don't be trying to calculate. Listen, that's 200 African dollars. Listen, man, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so let's get to work so I can keep this happening. Let's get to work. Okay, so magnesium. Let's write some of these things down. Hold on, before, because we'll get going, and then we'll start to forgetting stuff. So we're gonna put us like a little. We're gonna put us like a little. Right, we're gonna put us like a little nutrient. Right, so we got vitamin B1. Magnesium, selenium, right? Now, mind you, when y'all get the book, y'all will have it in there. Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, I know it. I know it. All right, so we got some articles. Y'all know how we do. We got some articles, right? So that way we just not talking crazy. We got some articles, right? And now we get around here to the big boy. Now we get around here to the big boy. Now we get around here to the big boy. Now, vitamin D is the big boy. This is the elephant in the room. Vitamin D is the elephant in the room. This is the rhinoceros. What did they say? The gorilla in the antique shop. This is the gorilla in the antique shop. This is the one, right? Because, and what I'm talking about is not just the impact on congestive heart failure, right? But I'm talking about validating what we got from the Ebers papyrus and the other medical papyri, right? Because we're talking about we'll come back around to these. We'll come back around to them. But we're talking about, right? How we was trolled and violated. How we was trolled and violated. The Metu, right? We was trolled and violated. Then the Italians came down. They saw the drip. They stole the drip, right? And they turned They turned the 22 vessels into the science of the Torah, right? So you got the 10 Sephora behind the 22 vessels, and the 22 vessels are the 22 pathways that connect the Sephora and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's Kemetic science, right? That's Kemetic science, right? Jewish spirituality, Jewish mysticism is Kemetic science, misunderstood, right? So while the Jewish mystery, system was busy rewriting and remixing the drip, the Greco-Roman fraternity was busy trying to cover up the intellectual theft by saying that, this is foolishness, this is not real, blah, 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 and using things like God talking, we're going to say communicating too long, God talking to your organs and glands right, as ridicule. And that's what they say, that the gods communicated to your organs and glands through the metu, right? The metu are all of the different types of vessels, not just one specific type, right? Lymphatic vessels, waste vessels, blood vessels, right? But the gods worked through and communicated through these vessels, right? So when we bring in vitamin D into the conversation, that's literally what we know now. Like now we know that this is hardcore scientific, over the plate. Like this is not even a stretch, because now we've demystified the term natures, right? So now we know it's not so much of a God thing. God is a German concept, right? The idea of God is like a old white man who lives on top of the clouds. Like we know that that's not what was communicated with the term natures, right? The term natures will be more considered to the fundamental forces of the universe, right? And so if we start getting into that bag, well, that makes perfect sense. Light, magnetism, electromagnetic force, blah, 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 right? Periodic table, right? Different concentrations of electricity and electrons, and yeah, then it starts to make more sense, right? And so we know that this is factual in that capacity because we know it is a particular type of light, right? We know it's UVB. UVB that converts cholesterol into vitamin D. Not sunlight, like all sunlight, but specifically a very specific band of energy, a very specific nature, right? That converts cholesterol into vitamin D, right? And now, a lot of what we discussed last video, we kind of pick up right in that spot because the chemistry, right? The biochemistry, when we went through like breaking down the glucose, right? To pyruvate and then acetyl-CoA, and that pathway is how you create cholesterol, right? So literally that glucose is going to become your cholesterol, right? Your cholesterol is then going to become vitamin D, testosterone, and a bunch of other different things. What is this boy doing? Did they have early dismissal? Let me have a daddy moment. What is happening? Why is my son is home? You see, I done got all them super chats. You see how God do? I done got, you see how the Netchers, you see, I tell you, God is a comedian. And look at that. You know, when the children is at school, that's when I really can go in. Right? But trust me, the children's not stopping this live stream today. So let me go see what this boy is doing home. Let me go see what this boy is doing home.
Myron!
Oh,
Myron!
what?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry. Biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you. No, I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Yo, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game.
So we got half a day's going on. They're gonna have to take it on down. We're not stopping this video. Right? All right. So UVB creates the cholesterol, or UVB acts on cholesterol, creates vitamin D and other things, right? The vitamin D is what's going to be important to our conversation, though, right? So we got vitamin D, and then we got glutamine, glutamate. Like, trust me, we're gonna bring it all together. You're gonna see how it relates to congestive heart failure. We're gonna bring it all together. Talk that talk. I like that kind of talk. That talk is talking like that. That's a donation in and of itself, right there. That's a super chat. That's a super chat right there. Right. All right. So we got vitamin D. All right, we're gonna get into the vitamin D bag. Okay, now we're gonna get into the calcium bag. So we got another player in the story. Right, so we got another player in the story. Right, we got another player in the story. Right, so we got vitamin D, and then we got calcium. Vitamin D and calcium. Now, Here's the thing about vitamin D, calcium, cholesterol, and blood. Vitamin D, calcium, cholesterol, and blood all goes together. Vitamin D, calcium, cholesterol, and blood all goes together, right? If you go to the hospital and you want to check your vitamin D level, they're going to check your plasma. And they're going to tell you got X amount of nanograms per milliliter of blood plasma, right? And they're going to give you the ratio, right? Remember, ratio, right? Balance is going to be this to this, right? So you're going to have X amount of nanograms per, right, of blood plasma, right? And so on the commercial side, you talk about vitamin D1, D2, or D3, but that's really just the source, right? That's the source, right? Inside your body, before you get to the lungs, before you get to the liver or the kidney, vitamin D is called chol, right? For cholesterol, right? Calci for calcium, and then ferrol for the iron in your blood, right? So your active vitamin D is cholecalciferol, right? The name itself of the vitamin D of your body tell you what vitamin D is for, right? So you don't need to get deep into like nutrigenomics or, biohacking. You don't need to get deep to know what it's for, right? You can start your search right there with the word, right? Start your search with the word. That's what the Moorish brothers, etymology, right? Etymology, right? Etymology. Shout out to Abdullah Bey. Shout out to Abdullah Bey. Back in the days, he put that in my mind, right? He put that in my mind. I stole that. Like I ran with that, right? Start with the word. Because I always been deep on the research, right? But I would overlook the word itself. Like a lot of times we start with a term or a premise and we want to go into researching and we forget before you research the term or the premise, research the actual term itself. That'll help set your sail or your compass on where you go with the research. So this right here is really the whole entire congestive heart failure. The whole breakdown is right here in the term of vitamin D, right? The number one, okay. The cause itself, the cause is listed as mostly unknown, right? They have a lot of things that can contribute, and we went through a bunch of them, right? But like the pathophysiology, the process of going into congestive heart failure, well, that's known, right? You can do autopsies and see, okay, here's a bunch of people with congestive heart failure. What do they have in common? Calcium. Where at? In the blood vessels. All in the blood, all throughout the blood vessels, right? So the story is calcium's the problem, right? And then from calcium being the problem, they go, oh, vitamin D must be the problem. Yeah. So be careful. Don't be taking too much vitamin D because you might wind up with too much calcium in your blood. You get too much calcium in your blood, you're going to have heart failure because, yeah, you're going to start building stones everywhere. You're going to start getting kidney stones. You're going to start getting hardening of the arteries. Yeah, everything's going to go downhill. Right? But that's not actually the case. That's not actually the case, right? So don't think that we just ended the video. No, we still got a lot of talking. We got a lot of room. We got a lot of stuff to cover. But this is just saying. I can just put this word up here. We can go through the whole science just within that one word of vitamin D, cholecalciferol, cholesterol, calcium, iron, blood iron.
They get out at 325.
Oh, beautiful. So only you here. You better make yourself useful, boy. Come over here. Let these people that feed you see you one time. Look, they done sent me some crazy super chats. Come look at this.
On the thing.
Bring yourself over here, boy. You think he's special. Look at this. Look at this. Somebody sent me 200 African dollars. You see that? That's crazy, right? Look at this. Well, you know what that is? Those American dollars right there. Dennis, LeBron, Lauren, Rashawn. Look at this. Now wait, look, it's getting get crazier. Don't hate. Don't try to hate.
I didn't even send it to you.
Look at that one. Ooh. Just all the way crazy. Yeah. Yeah, nah. Now you can get out now. Now he can hit the road now.
I'm doing
Exactly. Now you can hit the road. Go on onto your own live stream. Go to Discord. Go to Discord. Hit the road. Yeah, that's where they go. We on YouTube. They on Discord. All right. We working though. Let me see. All right, we skipping these articles, but when you get the book, you'll have them. Okay, now here is our list of books, right? So before we go on, please make sure you understand the heart for us is Christ. It's the center of our philosophy. There is no way we could cover the heart in a book, but we cover it in every book, right? So we cover it in every book. Every book has references to the heart, but we do have several dedicated books, right? So Osiris, diabetes and respiration. We talk about the physical process, pretty detailed, of the cardiac muscle in heart attacks, right? Lactic acid, and we just go through the whole, the IB book. In the IB book, we merge scientific perspective with religious perspective and how, there's science in the religions. The receptor, we talk about the development of the aorta and all of the functions of the aorta. Beer and bitters. Obviously, we talk about beer, but we talk about it more in the ancient pretext in terms of like a therapeutic agent and how there are T2R receptors for bitters, right? So one of my pet peeves, and I know y'all saw me. I know y'all saw me before. Look this. You know, I'm getting ready to get into a little story when I put the chair backwards. This is one of my don't judge me moments, right? But one of my pet peeves is people running around half cocked with the information and like doing it a disservice. I don't mind you running around half cocked with the information because you're excited and you're doing your best, and because that's technically where we all are as we're learning. You have cocked. You don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? And as you're learning, you think you know everything about whatever it is you're talking about because you know all that you know, right? So I remember at 25, I thought I was like, what? You couldn't tell me I didn't know everything there was to know about the human body, right? By the time I was 25, I had been studying the human body for 15 years. Yeah, I've been studying since I was a boy. So you couldn't tell me I didn't know everything there was to know. You know what I'm saying? So somebody from a more educated space would be like, look at this, running around half cocked, right? So I try to be mindful and not, rain on parades and try to add some balance. But after Sabi passed, it got a little crazy. Now it's a lot more order. We went through some rough patches. It was a little wild out there in the field for a while. But the mineral thing was crazy. The mineral thing was crazy. The 92 mineral. Yeah, that was a thing for a while. You know what I'm saying? There's thousands of minerals. There's no such thing as 92 minerals, right? There are 92 naturally forming atomic elements, not to be confused with minerals. And plants, right? So yeah, that was one of my pet peeves, was that people were reducing the therapeutic effect or the medicinal effect of plants down to minerals. And so, that was the whole convo and debate. It was like, oh, okay, well, this plant is high in iron and this plant is high in calcium. So yeah, this is how you heal your body with this plant. And I'm like, no. That is not science, right? Is that correct? Sure. Minerals and plants do help the body. We just went over some, right? We just talked about magnesium. We just talked about selenium, right? But those are not the therapeutic agents. Those are not even considered therapeutic agents. Those are considered minerals. And the reason why minerals have therapeutic benefit is because our diet is devoid of them. So it's not like they're doing something special. What they're doing, every nutrient our body needs is because it's a whole bunch of processes that runs off that. And when we don't have it, other systems have to compensate. So over time, those compensations cause issues. It's just like muscular issues. When you have weak muscles, other muscles have to compensate. So after a while, you get muscular imbalances, right? It's the same thing, because muscular imbalances can lead to, metabolic imbalances, right? Because you have a uneven distribution of energy, right? So you're going to have an uneven consumption of energy. And that's going to start to throw off the balance between the pancreas, the liver, and it gets crazy, right? So balance, ma'at, right? It's always going to come back to ma'at, right? So, but in plants, time to pray. In plants, the therapeutic agents are primarily your alkaloids, right? Alkaloids. Alkaloids are the therapeutic agents. Alkaloids are the bitter tasting agents, right? And so that was always my pet peeve, because when I say alkaloids, the first thing people say is alkaline. I'm like, oh, I can't with you people. But alkaloids is where the bag is, right? And then in alkaloids, you get into all the other categories, terpenes and all kinds of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But alkaloids is where modern pharmacopoeia comes from in the plants, right? It starts there. And then you have the enzyme modifying agents, stuff that stops enzymes or starts and speeds up enzymes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's 99% of medicine right there. Alkaloids, and then enzyme either inhibitors or agonists. Right? Let me move this chair so we can get to the... I done got 2 different text messages from different people. Like, EnQi, come on now. Wrap that story up. It's time to pray. Wrap that story up, Doc. It's time to pray. I'm with y'all. It's time to pray. I'm going to go get Chase, though. Chase going to pray, too. He home. He had to get busy with his business. You here. You got to get down, sir. You think he's just getting ready to have snacks and chill in the background.
Give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into EnQi prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
Sorry, I had to interrupt the prayer. I had to. I'm sorry. But I just got to bring us back to the vitamin D real quick. We're going to run that. We're going to bring that back. But I had to. I want that to be in your mind when we give praise and thanks for the magnetism, right? For the magnetism. You got it. Yeah, right there. It's right there on the end of your vitamin D, the ferrol part right there. That's the magnet. Yeah, my bad. I just had to bring that in though.
EnQi prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Djed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
Ooh. Shout out to Architect. Y'all know my political brother, Architect, the twins. He makes a lot of these beats. Yeah, he makes a lot of these beats. I think that's my favorite Architect beat ever of all time. All right, so the T2R bitter receptors for alkaloids, right? Just got to restate this, right? Get these books, these old books. But we talk about these T2R receptors, which are alkaloid receptors, right? We're taught that these bitter taste bud receptors are only on the tongue, but they're not, right? These receptors are all throughout your body, all throughout your cardiovascular system, in your heart, your organs, everywhere. I want you to understand this. If you just understand what's in that one book, the Beer and Bitters book, the name will disarm you and make you believe like, I probably could skip the Beer and Bitters book. No, you cannot. Because that book reveals an intimate knowledge with human anatomy that existed in ancient times that is still being studied today for further application and the creation of medicines, right? You got to realize when they show you this stuff about AI being able to advance medicine, it's not like the AI is going to synthesize new information. No, AI is just able to go faster through what's there without people doing the work. That's all it is, right? But it doesn't have ingenuity. right? Just going to process, right? What we're talking about is information that has been like foundational to what medicine is today. So when we talk about medicine being synthesized from plants, the whole pharmacopoeia of alkaloids is based on the fact that our body has receptors. Like when the whole world went crazy because people found out we had cannabinoid receptors. So people was like, oh, we supposed to have weed every day. Kinda, not really though, but kinda, not getting high every, no, that's not what that means. It means you're supposed to have omega-3s every day so that your body can synthesize cannabinoids. This doesn't mean you're supposed to go see your man for a dub. Like that doesn't. That doesn't mean that. All right. So anyway, Beer and Bitters, the Clean Abs Fascia book. Right. These are heart-focused books. Osiris, Diabetes and Respiration, the Ib, the Wasceptor book. Beer and Bitters, Clean Abs Fascia book, the Electrician Manual #1, the Heart book, Music to My Ears, Speak It Into Existence, the Electrician Prayer Manual, the Burial, Electrician Quantum Cardiology, Christ Crucifixion, the Quantum Love Story. Right, those are that's our heart library. So if you're missing any of these books, please go to Amazon, add these books to your cart, and check out. All right, okay. The American College of Cardiology reports the earliest documented case of coronary arteriosclerosis, a buildup of plaque in the arteries that can cause a heart attack, was in an Egyptian princess who lived between 1580 and 1550 BC. Now, we know this is fake. You're like, wait, what do you mean, doc? That's not fake. Well, there's no such thing as Egypt at this time period. I just have to keep reminding us of that at all times, right? There is no Egypt at this time period. It was a Kemetic, a Cometian princess, right? Because there was no Egypt. There was only Kemet, right? Ancient Egyptian medicine and the concept of heart failure, right? So again, just know it's not only us that is studying this information. It's not only us. We, unfortunately, just don't understand that in colleges and medical schools and, right? We started this video off with my little 15-minute rant about how much money they are spending at the Giza Plateau trying to study the pyramids, right? So we just have to know, like we are behind. We're not putting enough time and money into studying our ancestor stuff. But that doesn't mean the rest of the people around the world aren't. They're generating, I can't even say generating billions and trillions. They're creating billion and trillion dollar industries out of this information. That's different. That's different than creating a billionaire. Creating a billion-dollar industry where multiple billionaires come from and then tons of millionaires come from. That's a different type of intellectual wealth, right? So anyway, right? So there's that, right? We talk about that. We kind of go through the article a little bit. We go through the article a little bit. What's this? Okay, no, we go through that. Okay. And then I pull out the actual heart sections, right? So we have the actual heart sections from the Ebers Papyrus, right? So if you've never looked at the Ebers Papyrus, or if you did and you couldn't make heads or tails of it, the Ebers Papyrus is put into like almost like a rap, like bars, right? And the bars are labeled. You know what I'm saying? It's not chapters. So if I said chapters, it wouldn't be right. You know what I'm saying? So it's somewhere in between what you know of euphemistically as a bar and a chapter, because it's just like small passages, right? And the passages are rubrics. They're called rubrics, right? So you can find what you're looking for once you know the rubric, right? So once you know the rubric, that's the organizational code of how, you know, they've organized the Ebers papyrus, so you can kind of separate out what's what, right? So we just got the main sections laid out in the book for you, right? Labeled and laid out for you, right? These are all of the various sections and the symptoms that go along with each rubric, right? And we're going to get into the chemistry part of it, right? We're going to jump into the chemistry part of it. All right. All right. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we're gonna start this at. Oh, why did I do that? Well, let's do it like this. Let's do it like that. All right. So I can clean this off and then get busy with the get busy as we go through the book. Remember, this is the Ebers Papyrus Volume 2 book. All right. All right. Angiotensin. Now, right? This was a big part of, I don't know if y'all know, but what we're going to talk about was also related to the biochemistry of the whole pandemic situation, right? Because remember, right? Remember, that was the conversation, right? That the ACE2 protein is the entryway for the virus into your cells. The ACE2 protein. And so you saw a whole bunch of stuff get crazy, and people were saying vitamin D deficiency and blah, 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 blah. We're going to be able to make some sense out of that whole, because there's a lot more to it than, you know, so there's a lot of stuff is related. And you'll see a lot of stuff jump out as we go along. You're going to see high blood pressure pop out. Like I told you, glutamine, glutamate, the stars of the show, syncing, you know, this conversation to the cancer conversation, some high blood pressure stuff, like a whole bunch of stuff. You see cancer disease, kidney disease, all kind of stuff is going to pop out. Right? Right, so angiotensin Let's make it big. Right? A hormone that helps regulate your blood pressure by constricting blood vessels and triggering water and sodium intake. Right? Now, if you know, you know. The earliest psychiatric drugs, right now, there's a lot of stuff. You got serotonin inhibitors and all kind of stuff, but the earliest psychiatric drugs were vasodilators and vasoconstrictors. That's the foundation, right? If something's going wrong in the brain, like if it's too active, they just send less blood, calm the brain down, right? If the brain's not active enough, send more blood, right? So a vasoconstrictor, if you don't know, is something that makes the smooth muscle tissue, right? Because the smooth muscle tissue is going to be a large, it's the main part of the story. And primarily what we're talking about is the aorta. So when you hear about smooth muscle tissue carrying blood around, it's the aorta, right? And you'll see why in Kemet they deified the aorta. Well, not necessarily deified it, but made it a tool, the primary tool of the gods manifesting here through, human bodies or in human form, because that's where that's where everything is at. That's where everything happens. The aorta, right? The aorta, the super highway of communication for all things, to every gland, tissue, muscle, everything, aorta, right? So when you hear about the smooth muscle, primarily it's going to be the aorta, right? Now the veins obviously also have smooth muscle, so they are part of the story, but we're gonna just keep your mind on the aorta, right? Important, right? So you know that anything that constricts the blood flow has a cognitive effect. So just going back to the early scientists that ridiculed the Ebers Papyrus because they took cognitive, psychological, psychiatric symptoms, anger, your mind freezing, losing your memory, things like that, as symptoms for heart disease. This is back in Kemet. Our early 1900 cardiology said, oh, that's baloney. That's not real science. Why would your mind have anything to do with your heart? The brain runs the mind. Fast forward 2025, is a different story. We now can go back. But the problem is the criticism is never as loud as the recall, if the recall ever comes, right? So they troll, violate, denigrate, disrespect, and then when they find out they're wrong, it's quiet. You have to spread that. You have to reinstill the pride in what your ancestors after it's been, so we have to do that work, right? Okay. Hormones are chemicals that coordinate functions in your body, carrying messages through your blood to your organs. Metu, right? Hormones are chemicals that coordinate functions in your body by carrying messages through your blood to your organs, muscles, and other tissues. It is part of the renin-angiotensin system, which regulates blood pressure. Right? Full stop. Black folks, you should be particularly interested right here because you are told that just because you are Black, you are going to have high blood pressure. All right, so that means you should pay particular interest to the renin-angiotensin system. And if you never heard of the renin-angiotensin system, then you've been either underinformed or misinformed, right? All right. Angiotensin also stimulates the release of aldosterone from the adrenal cortex to promote sodium retention by the kidneys. Angiotensin 1, officially called proangiotensin, is formed by the action of renin on angiotensinogen. Angiotensin 1 appears to have no direct biological activity and exists solely as a precursor to angiotensin 2. Angiotensin 1 is converted to angiotensin 2 through removal of 2 C-terminal residues by the enzyme angiotensin converting enzyme, right? So ACE is an enzyme that converts angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2, right? Primarily through angiotensin converting enzyme within the lungs, right? So right now you already have another activity. You already have another activity for your lungs besides breathing, right? Your lungs are now in control of blood pressure, and not through heart activity, but through the production of an enzyme that creates a hormone that regulates blood pressure, right? So now it becomes more interesting when, you know, in the PhD book, it's in the PhD book, I believe, and in the Osiris Diabetes and Respiration book. It's in those two books, I think. I'm almost sure. But we talk about the differences between equatorial haplotypes and polar haplotypes lung size, right? Black people have smaller lungs, right? Smaller lungs creates a higher amount of pressure, volume pressure, gas pressure in the lungs, right? So it's just interesting when you think about, okay, so the lungs are creating the enzymes and the biochemistry that controls your blood pressure. We have a higher lung pressure because we have smaller lungs. So it's interesting that typically we have high blood pressure issues, right? When we have lungs with higher, you see? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? All right, angiotensin 2 acts on the central nervous system to increase vasopressin production. It also acts on venous, right, your veins, and arterial, the aorta, smooth muscle to cause vasoconstriction. Angiotensin 2 also increases aldosterone secretion. It therefore acts as an endocrine, autocrine, paracrine, and intracrine hormone. All right, a lot of fancy verbiage, right? But basically, that controls the flow of fluid. That's what that means, right? It's two major ways that it's controlling the flow of fluid through your body, right? Really three, if you think about it. Yeah, 3 ways if you think about it, right? Because it's controlling, influencing the pulsations of the smooth muscle itself, right? So all of the muscles in your body, they have peristaltic waves, which is basically a synchronized system of contracting and relaxing all your muscles, or at least the muscles that are like vessels that have to carry stuff through, even including your intestines and your colon and all that, right? But then the major ways is obviously angiotensin, right? Constricting, right? Constricting the vessels, constricting the arteries, slows down blood flow, right? Slows down blood flow when you close the arteries, right? But then by controlling the amount of sodium that's circulating, you're also controlling water movement, right? So with vasoconstriction, you're able to control specifically blood. And we know blood is mostly water too, but in the larger sense of the body, sodium is going to control water, right? And so this is why a lot of people that deal with edema, you know, water buildup in different places, they get salt pills, right? Salt pills. Right? Okay. We working. All right. ACE is a target of ACE inhibitor drugs, right? Now, some people may have some ACE inhibitor drugs right now at the house, right? ACE inhibitor drugs does what? It inhibits the activity of angiotensin, right? So it slows down or limits the constriction of your blood flow, right? So indirectly, it's like a vasodilator, right? Even though it's not really a vasodilator, right? It's more or less stopping constriction, but you can consider it that way, especially if you got blood flow issues, right? So ACE inhibitor drugs, right? In addition, angiotensin 2 acts at the sodium hydrogen exchange in the proximal tubules of the kidneys. Okay, that we get a little crazy right there, right? But if you need that information, right? A lot of y'all forget about this book because it's not in the Kemetic Science series of books. It's in the Melanin versus Diabetes. It's in the Melanin versus Diabetes. Remember, I got different sets of books on the internet. So when you look, it says like 73, but that's the Kemetic Science books. You know, we had the Melanin versus Diabetes books. We had the Biochemistry for Children books. We had the Family Chemistry books, which is totally different than the Biochemistry for kids. The Biochemistry for children is more like babies. It's like stories, right? Then we had the Family Chemistry books. So we had different sets of books. But this Melanin versus Diabetes Kidneys, right? The Kidneys book, right? Hands down, the most informative book of all time on kidneys. Period. We went crazy in this book. And we talked about diabetes and cancer and everything. Right? We got into as detailed as humanly possible with kidney chemistry. Right? So Melanin versus Diabetes, kidney book. There's that. Right? All right, now. The missing key here is melanin, vitamin D, and the sun. Exactly as discussed in Kemetic Science. The sun is the master regulator of blood pressure through melanin via vitamin D. The darker you are, meaning you melanin dominant, the more susceptible to lack of sun you are, causing your blood pressure to go up. Right? And we kind of touched on this a little bit, right? Cholecalciferol, cholesterol, calcium, iron. That's literally what your vitamin D is. The regulator for cholesterol metabolism, calcium metabolism, and iron metabolism. Right? That's what vitamin D is. The sun is the, right? That's why you have Kepra, then you have Atum, and you have Ray or Ra, right? You got Kepra, Atum, Ray, right? Different aspects. And then later on, we have I-10. It's like, no, we don't need all this and that. We can just get down to the get down. This electromagnetic force, yeah, acting through the sun. This, that, whatever that is, we need to just get to that. Right? Like zip was, let's get to that, right? Adequate levels. Okay, now here's my shortcut. All right, here's the shortcut. So if your vitamin D levels are up, that means your renin levels are down, your ACE levels are down, and your ACE2 levels are up, right? Adequate to high levels of vitamin D means low levels of renin and ACE with high levels of ACE2. Renin, also known as angiotensinogenase, right? So now we know renin is an enzyme. It's an aspartic protease protein, an enzyme secreted by the kidneys that participates in the body's renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, also known as the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone axis that increases the volume of extracellular fluid. Now, this is low key the reason why kidney disease is so dangerous. Low key, this is the reason why kidney disease is so dangerous. Because once you get kidney disease, you shut off the communication from the sun to the rest of the body. So all the organs start shutting down, right? Because the kidney is really the primary vitamin D spot. The liver can synthesize it. The liver is a big laboratory, so it can synthesize pretty much everything. But the kidney is your primary vitamin D organs, right? Those are the vitamin D glands, the kidneys, right? All right. Blah, blah, blah. Vasoconstriction, increase the body's pressure. Not commonly referred to as a hormone, although it has a receptor, the prorenin receptor, also known as the renin receptor or prorenin receptor, as well as enzymatic activity, which it hydrolyzes. Okay, this means your kidneys regulate your blood pressure, not the heart and lungs. Please read or reread these books. Melanin versus Diabetes, Kidneys, Black People, COPs, and Sugar, and the 40-Day Fruit Fast, Respect the Healer, Not the Shooter book. All right, okay. Vitamin D clearly regulates salt as well, right? And we talked about why that's important, because salt is regulating water. Vitamin D, cholesterol metabolism. Now, there's just a brief little, like a recap spot. As you read and you're going through the information, you get the impact, you get the importance, you understand the references, you see how other systems are affected, right? Insulin and glucose are regulated by vitamin D through osteocalcin, right? Vitamin D regulates sodium through the kidneys, regulates blood pressure through the kidneys and the lungs, right? Regulates bone density through the parathyroid glands, right? The parathyroid gland, right, is going to help regulate how much calcium is absorbed in the bones, et cetera, et cetera. We get ready to get into that whole piece there, right? We're going to get into that whole piece there, right? And then glutamine and glutamate will pop back up very shortly, right? So how does vitamin D control the flow of calcium, right? How does it control the flow of calcium? That's really our question we're trying to figure out, right? And why is it that with little to no vitamin D, calcium will build up in and on the soft tissues, right? The vitamin D family of steroid cholesterols directs calcium into the hard tissues, i.e. bones and teeth. Calcium is a key producer of electricity in the human body. The hard tissues are piezoelectric, so 2 plus 2 is 4, right? If P, then Q, right? Calcium being an instigator and agitator and agonist of bioelectricity, right? They're built into the framework of the bone matrix for that reason, right? And of course, if you do not have the piezoelectrochemistry book, you know what to do. Go to Amazon, add that to the cart, and check out. Okay. Calcitriol. Calcitriol, a hormone and active form of vitamin D, normally made in the kidneys. It is also known as 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol. It binds to and activates the vitamin D receptor in the nucleus of the cell, which then increases the expression of many genes. Calcitriol increases blood calcium mainly by increasing the uptake of calcium from the intestines, right? So this is from the food that you eat, right? This is from the food that you eat. So this is, again, a part of the metu sending messages, right? This is a part of the metu, the vessels communicating, right? This is from the sun, right? From the sun, right? UVB, cholesterol. Now that's information, right? That's information being contained, right? That information is going to be communicated from the kidneys via vitamin D to the digestive system and say, we need X amount of this, that, and the other, right? We need X amount of water, right? Because water is absorbed in your body through the intestines, right? And we're going to say we need X amount of what? Calcium, right? So that's a conversation, right? So bring that calcium up here, right? And once the calcium gets to the blood, then vitamin D also has to direct where it goes. So we need this much calcium. Send this much calcium in. And then once you send us that amount of calcium, now we need to send that here, here, and here, and here, and here. And that's when the signals get crossed. That's when the calcium goes to soft tissues instead of hard tissues. And then you start walking down the road towards congestive heart failure or some different types of tumors, growths, and a whole bunch of, it can get crazy. Come on now, talk that talk, D. Talk that talk, DA. You already know, man. Right? Okay. in the photochemistry book, we kind of break down the different types of vitamin D in the body. The current idea that the liver and kidney make the same exact product, and that the intermediary forms of vitamin D have no biological functions are insane. I must be having Crazy Eddie flashbacks. If y'all don't know what Crazy Eddie's is, don't worry about it. But that was like the main. I lived next to a Crazy Eddie's when I was in the Bronx. So that was like on TV all day. Our prices are insane. And that was the thing. My mom's always, every year, she promised we was going to Crazy Eddie's. We never got to Crazy Eddie's. But these ideas are insane, right? These ideas are insane. So over the next decade, just keep your eye on these things. Over the next decade, keep your eye on these. Lumisterol, tachysterol, supersterol, suprasterol, and trans vitamin D. Right? In the future, you're going to see, like, it's already starting to happen a little bit, right? Because they're telling you that the synthetic vitamin D, like when you buy a supplement, is good because you need it if you don't have, if you're not getting the sunlight. But it pales in comparison to when your body produces its own. Well, the only thing that's really missing from, like, if you get a good high quality supplement, like on our site, right? If you get a good high quality vitamin D3, the only thing that's missing is the intermediaries. It's the biochemistry, because your body doesn't like UVB doesn't just hit cholesterol and then boom, cholesterol is vitamin D, like it's 125 dehydrated. Like it doesn't go like that, right? It's changes, right? It's changes. So the cholesterol becomes this, and then that circles around and moves around a little bit and becomes that. And then it takes 8 hours on average from the time UVB hits cholesterol for that cholesterol to turn into active vitamin D. 8 hours. So there's a lot of there's a lot of chemistry in the middle there, right? And so the thinking now is all of those different steps, all of those products of reactions, they have no function except for, and that's just not how the body's designed. So I just be waiting for the other shoe to drop, but that's just not how the body's designed. The body's designed to maximize efficiency. So everything your body produces has uses, even the waste products, even the waste, poop, urine, carbon dioxide. In fact, we're going to talk about carbon dioxide in a second, but everything has a process. Everything has a process, right? Even figuring out, oh man, you got colostrum inside your sweat. Like, everything. That's how life lasted this long and got so complex. And that's how it continues to develop. Like everything is useful. Everything is useful, right? So we're going to figure that out. See, Lauren, you telling everybody how old you is. Yeah, you got to be around my age. Yeah, you got to be around my age to know about Crazy Eddie's. Because Crazy Eddie, he got caught. This is an electronics store we're talking about. So before there's what is it? I'm about to say Blockbuster Video. I don't even know what the name of the thing is now. It start with a B. But before Radio Shack and CVS, Best Buy. Before Radio Shack, CVS, and Best Buy, and all that, it was Crazy Eddie's. Crazy Eddie's was popping. But he got caught doing some type of wild fraud or something. Selling cocaine. I don't know what that was. I know it was a scandal though, right? Okay. Lano or landsterol, right? Landsterol synthase, right? Squalene is oxidized to 2,3-oxidosqualene by squalene monooxygenase. Finally, 2,3-oxidosqualene is converted to a prosterol cation, and then to lanosterol by lanosterol synthase. Elaboration of lanosterol under enzyme catalyst leads to other steroids. 14-demethylation of lanosterol by CYP51 eventually yields cholesterol. All right. So if we pick up from, remember yesterday we went through some of the, you break down the glucose to the pyruvate, the 3-carbon, and drop that down to the 2-carbon, and then eventually you're going to get cholesterol. Well, this is some of that chemistry right here, right? And I only put this here so you can have an example of what I was talking about with the vitamin D intermediaries, because the same way they said that the vitamin D intermediaries didn't do anything, like they didn't have a job, is the same way they said that the cholesterol intermediaries didn't have a job. And now come to find out that one of the cholesterol intermediaries is being investigated as the cure for cataracts, right? The cure for cataracts, right? So one of these intermediaries that 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, modern science was saying is a dead biochemical. It has no other job but being converted into whatever, just the production of cholesterol. Now they find out that this is the chemical or molecule that's responsible, that when you have the proteins aggregating and forming cataracts, your body actually produces something to break them back down. So you don't need to go under the knife or the laser. We just need to figure out how to get the body to stimulate its own system to break those cataracts down, right? So they're still researching it, but I'm just saying, I'm telling you, the same thing is going to happen to those intermediaries of vitamin D, because those are all like almost like steroids. So there's no way for a whole family of steroids, you know what I'm saying, like to not have jobs, right? So anyway, right? So cataracts, right? Okay. All right. Lanosterol was started on time. Okay, we got it. Okay, here I want to highlight the modified core 4, right? Which is now we expanded it to the strict 6, right? So remember the 4, morning light, 60 and 60, vitamin D and vitamin K, and the 13 and 7 rule, right? So for y'all that just might have tuned in the last couple of months or whatever the case may be, or maybe this is your first video, these 4 cornerstones have been like the main, like these are the cornerstones of our practice and philosophy, our soul crafting, hormesis training, 40-day fasting, like whatever you came, the 120-day, like whatever program of ours you got to learn it to, right? The Melanin versus Diabetes ministry and movement, right? These were the cornerstones, right? Morning light is a little quick isometric 15 seconds, 30 seconds early in the morning to get the sugar burning, the insulin flowing, the blood flowing. 60 and 60 is a few different things, right? The 60 and 60 is a few different things. The 60 and 60 represents our push-up goal, right? Of maximum health, being able to do 60 push-ups in less than 60 seconds, 40 push-ups in less than 60 seconds for women, but also as a reminder to get some form of exercise in every 60 minutes and to drink some water every 60 minutes. So the 60 and 60 is all of those things. And then vitamin D and vitamin K, right? That's to remind you to take vitamin D and vitamin K, right? Because vitamin D and vitamin K are so important to the body. Vitamin D and vitamin K literally are the congestive heart failure vitamins, right? And then the 13 and 7 rule is to make sure that you confine or try to confine your eating to 7 hours out of the day. That gives your body 13 hours, which is all you need to stimulate autophagy, right? You stimulate autophagy in 13 hours, right? Now, the longer you can go after that, obviously you can get deeper levels of autophagy, but you don't need to. You don't need to. If you give your body 13 hours with no food, right? If you add to that some exercise and some water, your body is going to produce loads of melanin concentrating hormone, and melanin concentrating hormone is the autophagy hormone, right? So that's just like another one of my pet peeves. You go to these different websites and platforms and they're talking autophagy, and nobody mentions that autophagy is basically the action of melanin concentrating hormone. It's almost like a way to refer to melanin concentrating hormone without mentioning, like they just really just made that up so that you could just not say melanin concentrating hormone, right? Because that autophagy, what autophagy does literally is melanin concentrating hormone. Like autophagy is almost like not a thing, right? It's melanin concentrating hormone that drives the hunger through the roof so that your body then starts to initiate the recycling systems so your body can kind of feed on itself, right? It can find things that are floating around, excess fats, let's gobble those up. Let's find some of these busted enzymes and hormones and spent denatured proteins and break those back down to amino acids so we can recycle those and use them again. Like all of the different aspects, you know what I'm saying? Let's get the sirtuins in. Like all of that is melanin concentrating hormone initiated. So if you don't eat for 13 hours in a row, it's lit, it's up, right? If in that time you exercise and speed up your metabolism and your respiratory system, that will speed up the process, right? By increasing melanin concentrating hormone secretion. Right now, if you're eating one meal a day, you're going crazy. Yeah. The higher you go with that number, you're going crazy. So if you can hold on to your Elijah Muhammad program, right? One meal a day, that means basically, yeah, you in the 20 plus zone. You in the 20 plus zone. So you Gucci, right? Yeah, you Gucci, right? And it's a cumulative effect thing. So even if you aim to be like in the honors, you're like in the all-star, you're in the autophagy all-star group. If you eating only within 4 hours a day and the other 20 hours, you kind of let your body fast and do what it needs to do. But some days you slip. and you know, you eat a little something outside that 16 hours with, like, don't sweat it. It's a cumulative effect. You know what I'm saying? If you're having 5 or 6, 7, you know, 4 or 5 days a week where you do really well, and then you slip up a few, you know, you're still gonna have the benefits. You're still gonna have the benefits. So don't kill yourself. And the more you practice it, the better, the easier to be for you. Right? The easier to be for you. Right? So these are our 4 main. That's the core 4. Morning light, 60 and 60, vitamin D and K, and the 13 and 7 rule. Right? We expanded it to add 2 more rules in, right? To make it the strict 6, right? Prayer 5 times a day, and then walking, right? Trying to get your 10,000 steps a day, but also trying to get some small amount of that 10,000 steps a day after you eat, right? After you eat. So you eat, go walk around outside, right? Walk around the block, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, right? Then I have crazy people sometimes asking me questions, and I'm like, do you know that your questions don't match? Right? Because somebody will tell me, like, you know, I'm up here in the Northeast, Doc. Yeah, I'm up here in Philly. I'm up here in Michigan with you. I'm over here in New York. You know, I'm over here. You know, it's cold outside. You know, what do I do instead of walking around after I eat? That person will also say, you know, I seen the cold therapy. You know, I was wondering, should I start taking like cold showers or getting into the cryo or the ice baths? I'm like, so wait a minute. So the free cold therapy that God provided, you know, going outside in the wintertime to walk around the block, you're not interested in that part. You want to supplement to replace that. And then you want to know, what do I think about you paying for another cold environment that you could be in for a few minutes? I'm like, oh, my people, only my people want to know how to pay for a cold environment when there's snow on the ground outside. I'm just saying, it's only us. It's only us. It's only us. So, yeah. Man, like, if you don't take your butt on outside, listen, when it be snow outside, I still be going outside screwing in. I still go outside, you know, I'll go right outside my front door, my back door, barefoot in the snow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting me some cold therapy right there. Yeah. I've been in that cryo machine before. They're charging people like $50 for 2 minutes to go in that machine. I'm gonna go right on outside in Michigan for a few minutes. I'm gonna go right outside in Michigan in the snow, barefoot. I'm a cryotherapy right on outside, the natural way. Cryo is everywhere. Yeah, it's cryo. All now, if you're in Florida or Texas somewhere, you might need to pay for some cryo. In Michigan, Chicago, what are you doing? You paying for cryotherapy? You in Chicago? All right. Now, we get into the nitty gritty. We wrap it up. We almost wrap it up. Osteocalcin, also known as bone gamma carboxyglutamic acid, right? And I highlighted it so you could see the glutamate right up in there. I want you to see the glutamate is right up in there, right? So this is why when we had the cancer conversation, right? Because the common sense approach if you don't really understand the biochemistry fully and how all of the body's systems are integrated, the common sense approach would tell you, oh yeah, I could just jump on the keto. Yeah. Because remember, you got 3 macromolecules, right? And even you think those is not related, but your body got systems to turn each one of those into another one, right? But protein, fats, and carbs, right? And basically your carbs break down the sugars, your fats break down the fatty acids, your proteins break down to amino acids, right? And so the amino acids and the sugars fuel cancer cells. So now in the Peachtree dish, right? Hold up. I just have to remind folks from time to time. You know the name of Peachtree dish, where they do all the experiments, in vivo, in vitro, you know the difference? And they use the Peachtree dish and put the little cells and stuff in the little dish and they experiment on it. Well, that comes from Flinders Petrie. William Flinders Petrie is his name. And literally, like, that's the most used tool in all of science. And that guy is only famous for doing expeditions in Kemet. So literally, science traces itself back to Kemet in a wide variety of ways. But anyway. Without understanding how stuff is integrated, you would say to yourself, well, if the cancer cells, if I got cancer or auntie got cancer or aunt got cancer, well, yeah. Clearly, we need to get rid of them amino acids, right? Which ones is, what, which ones you said is the ones again? The ones that start with the G? Okay, yeah, the glutamate, we're going to get rid of them. We're just going to stop eating all of them. Yeah, we're going to get rid of all of them. And then the sugar, we're going to, no snacks. But we're going to get fruit, though, because we seen brother such and such. He said eat fruit anyway. Right? So then you say, oh, well, we can go on this diet plan right here. We can just go keto. Yeah, keto is fat. No sugars, no amino acids. We're just going to eat fat. I don't know how people think that's a long-term strategy, right? So no, that's not a long-term strategy because the very same 2 amino acids that cancer cells use to ferment energy, your body uses to save your heart from heart disease and heart failure. So if you get rid of those amino acids, like if you had a way, you really can't get rid of them, but if you had a way to get rid of those 2 amino acids, you literally would get congestive heart failure immediately and die. So there's not a way to just, right? The idea, though, is to stop the excess fermentation, right? That you can do, right? But anyway, let's get into it, right? All right, so you got osteocalcin. Osteocalcin, right? We're gonna put osteocalcin on the board, and here's a bunch of stuff with. Okay, here's what you need to know. Here's what you need to know, right? Here's what you need to know, right? Okay, now it's not just the heart. It's not just the heart. It's not just congestive heart failure or heart health. But this is the chemistry of bones. So when we talk about the bones, in the piezoelectricity, and we get deep and we look smart because we can go into how vitamin C and copper and lysine, work with the collagen, glycine and the collagen amino acids to build up then we get into our piezoelectric bag and converting mechanical waves into electric signals, and we get deep, right? But all that's happening as we already have bone, right? As we already have bone, right? This is the biochemistry of how bone is created in the first place. Because remember, you come from one cell, right? That one cell is cloned by your mom's cells, right? And then eventually those cells continue to copy, right? And then you get 3 layers of cells, right? The ectoderm, the mesoderm, the endoderm, right? You got 3 layers of cells, right? These are 3 soft tissues, right? A tissue is a group of cells, right? So you basically come from 3 layers of skin, 3 different, right? Like masonry. 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, right? 3 layers of tissue, right? Now, the signals to turn soft tissues into hard bones come from the sun. Comes from the sun, right? This is how it goes. This guy, osteocalcin, right? Osteocalcin, but it starts with vitamin D, right? So when you hear those conversations about vitamin D turning on different genes, well, one of those genes is for osteocalcin, right? And osteocalcin is glutamate based, right? It's glutamate based, right? And what happens is it signals, right? The vitamin D is going to signal the production of osteocalcin, right? Produced by osteoblasts in the bone matrix. The trigger is the VDRs in the bone. When you see VDRs, just know that's vitamin D receptors, right? Triggered by the VDRs in the bone. Each osteocalcin has 3 GLA slots, right? 3 GLA slots. Each slot or residue binds 1 calcium ion, right? This is the base of bone building. This is how calcium is built into the scaffolding of what later on becomes bone, right? So this is how your body creates hydroxyapatite or human concrete. Right? This is how your body creates human concrete. So if you want to know how the Kemetic scientists figured out how to make stone, they did it from studying your body. Yeah. Yeah. So when you go back to Kemet, all of the different types of stone that they use to build has piezoelectric qualities, because the blueprint for stone is piezoelectric, right? And piezoelectric stone is in alignment with the metu, which is the reason why there's such a close similarity between metu and medu, right? Because piezoelectric stones, like your bones, convert mechanical waves into electromagnetic waves or electric waves, right? Piezoelectric crystals convert mechanical to electrical, right? Pressure to digital. right? So if you touch it, it releases electricity, right? So by carving words, pictures, right, into the stone, bowling. Yeah, it's just simply chaos. It's just simply chaos, right? It's simply chaos, but it fits in everywhere because the peroxide. So the question is how does peroxide fit into this issue, right? So people with cancer have peroxide levels through the roof. People with diabetes have peroxide levels through the roof, right? And there's a bunch of different working theories on why that's happening. My working theory is that it's not so much of excess H2O2 production as much as there's a reduction in melanocyte function, right? Because melanocytes produce, amongst other things, catalase. And catalase is one of the most fast-acting, prolific enzymes that we've been able to study so far, right? So I think the problem with, and then once you have the peroxide, obviously IL-1, IL-6, tumor necrosis factor, and then apoptosis and all of those downstream factors, or a cell becomes senescent and, but the inflammation starts with the internal production of, high levels of peroxide. Now, peroxide is always being produced, but we have enzymes like catalase that convert peroxide back into water and oxygen by breaking them down, right? So you have catalase that will literally just basically cut one of those oxygens off and turn the H2O2 molecule back into an H2O molecule and an oxygen, a singlet oxygen, right? So that's why when we think free radicals, we think mostly reactive oxygen species because that's the most prevalent is the singlet oxygens. But really you got reactive oxygen species, reactive carbon species, and reactive nitrogen species, all over it. So that's the thing though, with the peroxide. The peroxide is going to signal all those inflammatory signals and things go downhill rapidly. So, yeah. Right. Okay. Hydroxyapatite, right? This is the body's concrete. A naturally occurring mineral form of calcium apatite with the formula often written to denote that the crystal unit cell comprises two entities, right? And the two entities are calcium and phosphorus. It crystallizes in the hexagonal crystal system, right? So now we have a specific geometry pattern, right? So not only do we have phosphorus and calcium crystallizing, each crystal unit is a hexagon, the same way as cytoplasm, right? We know the H3O2, right? We kind of got walked into it. Right? With this question, H2O2, right? So in your body, you have H2O, that's water, and you have H2O2, which is peroxide, then you have H3O2, which is the beginning of structured water. Oh, we getting crazy. Now this is some type of money. I don't even know what that is. That's a whole nother type of money. What is this? Is crazy. So we got 50. I think that's Sweden. 50 Sweden dollars. Yeah, we need somebody to send us some pounds and some yens. Yo. Listen, stop this madness right here. Don't you rain on my parade, Thanos. That's 50 Sweden dollars. Yeah. Let me have my 50 Sweden dollars. I'm be converting my stuff. Because I appreciate it all. We need it all. Yes. That's going to turn into some apples, a light bill, some books for me to research, right? Yeah. I got to feed this research, right? So we needed all forms of support. Don't forget the Cash App. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Listen, if you're one of the people watching and you've been saying to yourself, man, Ink, you know I love you, but I ain't even got it today. Share the video, right? You can share the video. Now, if you watching and you ain't sent no Cash App, Patreon, I mean, Amazon, listen, if you ain't, you gotta hit the subscribe button. If you ain't did one of them, you gotta hit the subscribe button. You gotta hit the like button. You gotta share the video, right? You gotta do something, right? Support the platform. We getting it together, moving in the right direction. YouTube box me in and say, oh, no, you're getting too big. You got to partner up. You're getting too big. You got to roll with us. I'm like, all right. Chase like, come on, Dad. You gotta get on it because Kai Sanat and look at. I'm like, I don't even know these people. Like, I show speed. I'm like, bro. Well, I show speed. I don't know. Yeah, I show speed. I'm like, bro. But yeah, so, all right. Glutamic acid. Let's get it. That's what he said. He said Kai Sanata's from the Bronx. I was like, Kai Sanata's not from the Bronx. I do not. I might know Kai Sanata's mom or his daddy. I might know his peoples. Kai Sanata's a baby. Glutamic acid, known as glutamate in its anionic form, is an alpha amino acid that is used by almost all living beings in the biosynthesis of proteins. It is a non-essential nutrient for humans, meaning that the human body can synthesize enough for its use. It is also the most abundant excitatory neurotransmitter in the vertebrate nervous system. It serves as the precursor for the synthesis of the inhibitory gamma aminobutyric acid in GABAergic neurons. Okay, so you also need glutamate for GABA, right? And not only does glutamate and GABA function as on and off switches, right? But GABA itself is a part of diabetes problems. Yeah, because GABA also allows your body, GABA works like insulin. It helps your body to metabolize glucose, right? So GABA is produced with insulin, right? So in the beta cells, GABA is also produced in there. So when you lack in beta cells, you're also lacking GABA. Now, if we go back to the list of symptoms and associated problems from the Ebers papyrus, those overlooked, disrespected, undervalued, mocked, scoffed at even, right? If we're losing beta cells, right, the overarching problem is diabetes. But if we're losing beta cells, we're also losing GABA production, which means that we're going to have unbalanced brain chemistry, right? We're going to be all gas, no brakes, right? All gas, no brakes. And what is that going to do? That's going to overtax the astrocytes and the glial cells, which are the cells that take care of the neurons, right? They're going to be forced to become overworked single parents, And so at night, when the astrocytes and the glial cells are supposed to be basically cleaning up and getting rid of getting your brain set for a brand new day by getting rid of all of the chemical toxins and waste, and they won't be able to do that. So within a matter of days, you're going to start building up high amounts of, weird, sphingolipids and tau proteins and all of the kind of things that contribute to dementia and Alzheimer's and all that kind of stuff. But it's not till now that modern science has been able to, put these things to link them together. Whereas all the way back in the Ebers papyrus, they was already linked together, but people was laughing all this time. Right? So we just doing our little ones and twos, right? Putting it together. Okay. All right. So we got GABA. Bop. Okay. Yeah, we got GABA. Okay. And then we got this guy. Matrix GLA protein. Okay. Matrix GLA protein. This is the other star of the show for congestive heart failure, right? So you got these two guys. Right? Now, let me say this. We're going to go back through the information, but I just want to say this anyway. Your body's tissues, the way your body's designed, your body's tissues are self-propagating, right? So remember, back in the 80s and 90s, when they was really on the knowledge of self and the supreme wisdom lessons and supreme mathematics, and they was talking about the triple stage darkness and being self-created. And well, there's some mysticism, some mythology, there's some crazy stuff in there. But the underlying basis of self-creation is a real thing, right? When you're talking about, yes, a woman supplies an egg, a man supplies an egg, right? Those two eggs come together, right, and create a supercell, right? Those two eggs come together and create a supercell. From there, do understand that that one cell is in the process of self-creation. That one cell is in the process of self-creation, right? And it's never supposed to stop, not even when you're like a full adult. That's when you build the other aspects of yourself. Once the physical body is at balance, you're supposed to go on and continue to build the mental, emotional, and spiritual bodies. Like you're supposed to keep building, right? But the self-creation aspect, we need to understand that, because it plays a key role in the congestive heart failure thing, right? It plays a key role because all of the tissues, right? So trying to figure out how to phrase this. So like all of the information for the different tissues is literally in every cell. Think about it. It's just one cell replicating itself, right? So at the early stage, these are called stem cells, right? These are, you know, I think pluripotent would be the term, right? Yeah, the maximum flexibility in the stem cell, right? The cell can become any type of cell it wants to. And once the cells pick a job, you know, I know what I want to be when I grow up. I want to be a basketball player, whatever the case may be. The cells start burning bridges. The cells dedicate themselves to whatever tissue group, like whatever identity they're going to take on. This is what the cell, that's it. And so that group of cells becomes self-propagating. It becomes self-propagating, right? So once you get bone, you get hard tissue, you get bones. Well, the bones then start putting out their own signal. The bones start putting out their own signal to create more bone. Yeah. The bones start putting out their own signal to create more bone, right? So, let me see. Let's go back to the, let me see. Let's go back to the Eat Right for Your Haplotype book. Let me see if it's in here. So you could literally see how long ago. Because I be talking about stuff and folks be like, yo, you got that from such and such. I'm like, what are you talking about? How, Sway? Let me see. So this book I wrote back in, well, I started to write it anyway, back in the 2010s. I think the first version of this, a few different versions of this we released over the years. The very last version of this book I released when I was finishing up in Naturopathic school with Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown said, we need you to write an essay. We need a dissertation from you, a full-blown thesis. I was like, oh, I got that in the bag. I got that in the bag. And this became this was my dissertation. Okay. Hold up. Let them cook. It's somewhere around. I'm gonna find this. No. It might not be in this one. Let me look at one of the hard covers. Yeah, see, this is the cover done ripped off of this. Pages done fell out. Let me see. We're looking here. Why can't I find this? When I don't want to find it, it'll be right there. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's here somewhere. Yep. Page 64. Let's see, ain't the same again? Maybe this is two different versions of the same book. Oh no, it's on here. Yep. Page 64. Bone morphogenic proteins. And I was talking about the Amino protein, or the Amino gene rather. The Amino gene. But bone morphogenic proteins, right? There's multiple. It's a family of proteins called bone morphogenic proteins, right? And that's what I was talking about back then, right? That's easily 10, 15 years ago, right? But BMP number 2, right? Bone morphogenic protein number 2. Bone morphogenic protein number 2 is how the bone self-propagates, right? Self-propagates. Looks to still do that initial process. The initial process of forming bone when there's no bone, right? There's just all 100% soft tissue. Remember, mesoderm, ectoderm, endoderm is by recruiting and depositing that calcium in the soft tissues, right? Recruiting and depositing that calcium in the soft tissues, forming the bone matrix, and then from there, you build it up with the proline and the hydroxyproline and the vitamin C and all that kind of stuff, right? So here's the thing. The reason why I went into this whole little diatribe about self-creation and all of this is because your bone is releasing this stuff everywhere. Your bone is releasing this stuff everywhere. Everywhere where there's bone, it's releasing bone morphogenic proteins. And this is one of them, right? And this says convert soft tissues to hard tissues. Recruit, recruit, recruit. BMP2, yo, here we go. Here's a good one. BMP2 is like Jehovah's Witnesses people. They don't stop, right? Jehovah's Witnesses people is everywhere. They at the bank, they at the post office, they got their pamphlets. They spoke to you last time, cool. They're gonna speak to you this time again. They're going, oh, did you read the pamphlet we gave you? Yeah. BMP2, right? So here's the job. Where osteocalcin is a builder, right? Osteocalcin is a builder depositing the calcium in the bone matrix to build the crystals. What MGP does, or matrix GLA protein, MGP for short, what MGP does, amongst other things, is neutralize BMP. It neutralizes BMP. So now, if you go back to the receptor book, wherever that is, right? We're going to find that book. Go back to... Oh, there you go. There you go. Yep. If you go back to the receptor book, right? If you go back to the receptor book, okay. So we go through the whole thing about the receptor from the time you're an embryo to the whole building, right? The creation of the arteries, the 200 and something veins, and blah, blah, blah. Right? We go through that whole thing. And then we get to the portion of the aorta in the shape of an arch, blah, 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 abdominal. The heart connects the veins to the arteries, and the capillaries, the arteries become the veins. Okay, so we start to go through some of these. The Notch signaling pathway, thrombospondin, platelet factor, clotho, spark-like protein, GDF11. Okay, here we go. Page 23, right? Page 23. Stanford scientists reliably predict people's age by measuring proteins in the blood. Protein levels in people's bloods can predict their age. A Stanford study has found. The study also found that aging isn't a smoothly continuous process. Right? Okay. Blah, blah, blah. A team of Stanford University School of Medicine scientists doesn't need to know how you look to guess your age. Instead, it watches a kind of physiological clock. The level of 373 proteins circulating in your blood. Okay. Now, of those proteins, right? Of those proteins, and we go into the whole breakdown and the details. So get you, if you don't have the Receptor book, right? Go to Amazon, put in your cart, check out, right? Okay. But these are some of those proteins. This is a specific one, MGP, right? Because the amount of MGP you have determines calcification. Right? The amount of MGP you have determines calcification. Because, remember, your bones self-propagating tissue. They're going to keep releasing BMP2 everywhere. And anywhere you have BMP, osteocalcin, vitamin D, the rest of the team, they're going to do what they do. To hammer everything is a nail. So they're going to be out looking to deposit calcium and start construction. We're starting to build over here. Yeah, we're getting ready to build over here. It's an old folks home, kindergartner school. Yeah, we don't care. We're getting ready to put a strip mall right here. We're getting ready to put a golf course right here. We're getting ready to build. Right? MGP is what stops this. So you have to have high levels of MGP floating around throughout the circulatory system so that you don't get calcium deposits in the arteries. This protein is what stops the hardening of the arteries. It's what stops the hardening of the smooth muscle tissues. This protein is glutamine and glutamate based. These are the active main functional amino acids in osteocalcin and MGP. So going back to our cancer conversation, you cannot cut them out because as your body loses glutamate and glutamine, your levels of MGP go down. And as your levels of MGP go down, your calcification goes up. And as your calcification goes up, you start to get more of that, like your joints, right? Your knees, your joints, it feel like it's gravel in there. Well, if you under 40, you probably don't know what I'm talking about yet. But as you get into the 40s, the 50s, and definitely the 60s, it seemed like it's sand in. Listen, it's going to seem like it's sand inside your elbows and your knees and your ankles, right? It's because you have actual sand all over the place. Your body makes stone. Your body's constantly a stone builder, right? So understanding stone building, Freemasonry, understanding stone building, Kemetic science, right? Stone building is anatomy. Literally, that's your body, right? The philosopher's stone is your skeleton. Really, right? So your body will make stones in other places. You'll get kidney stones or stones in, stones in the brain, and all you get stones all kind of places that they don't belong because you're not producing this MGP. And that's because the nutrition's not balanced. And the other part to the nutrition being balanced is you're not sending the signals. You're not sending the signals that you need. So bone marrow is going to continuously send this out. But the piezoelectric signals, right, from converting those pressure waves sends the signals to produce more MGP. The higher the amount of piezoelectric pressure waves that your body's converting, the higher the amount of MGP your body produces. Assuming that the nutrition is there, your body can build these up, right? And how do you send those pressure waves? Walking, running, jumping, having sex, playing basketball, whatever, bowling, playing baseball, being active. Right? Now, swimming, amazing exercise, but swimming does not stimulate this. Riding a bike, amazing exercise, but riding your bike doesn't stimulate this, right? You need jarring, you need shock, you need pressure on the skeleton, right? You need to get piezoelectric activity on the skeleton to stimulate MGP production. Yo, listen, who are you telling? Listen, who are you telling? I sat down for a couple of weeks and I feel like my whole entire body changed in a matter of weeks. Like literally sitting down with this little micro fracture, I feel like I aged like 5 or 10 years in like a few weeks. Yeah, I'm getting that off. Trust me, I'm getting that off. I'm doing my whole little routine, walking, and then I'm letting my walk turn into a fast walk. And if I feel it or a good song come on, I'm gonna let that turn into a light little jog. And yeah, I'll be out there with my jump rope soon. Like you got to get that. Jump rope is good. Jump rope is good. At least for me, I like jump rope. But jumping jacks, right? But the key is you don't want to overdo it, right? You don't want to overdo it. You know what I'm saying? You want to do it, let your body build up to it. Because even though we're talking about bone, we're still talking about joints, tendons, ligaments, right? So for more conversation, get the 360 books. There's 3 of them, all on the knees, ankles, elbows, shoulders. No. Hold on. I'm not saying stop biking. I love biking. I bike every day. Yeah. Biking is a cheat code. You work a whole bunch of muscles, just like swimming. Swimming is an amazing exercise. You work a whole bunch of muscles. You get the mitochondria moving. You know, it's a beautiful exercise. That's what I'm saying. It's just every exercise, like there's no one exercise where you get to hit everything. You know, you got to do a variety of exercise. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like the way my neighborhood's set up, it's a circle and it's 1 mile. So when all else fails, I'll ride my bike around to get my blood flowing and then park my bike and then walk around. Yeah. And see how good I feel, you know. And if I feel good enough, like I said, I'll let that turn into a little light, little movement. Yeah. Yeah. You got to warm that thing up. You know what I'm saying? So walking is good. You can walk, ride your bike, let the blood start flowing and everything, then walk, and then maybe let that walk turn into a jog. Yeah. Okay, let's go. We ending strong. We ending strong. Just $75 for no apparent reason. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. All right. So I think we almost got it because we got a little sciencey. We went a little crazy with the science. Yes, and we start going into all of these different vitamin Ks. Do we need to do this today? Let's see. Let's just go through a little bit. Let's just see a little bit. Remember I said that CO2 even has a function in God's genius. CO2 breaks down glycation. The mechanism is via sunlight and strong breathing. This is the glutamate pathway. That's how it works. Exercise is not only the way to clean glycation, boost nitric oxide, metabolism, and respiration. It's the way to stop excess fermentation. How does CO2 work? Carboxylation, a chemical reaction in which a carboxylic acid is produced by treating a substrate with carbon dioxide, right? Carbon dioxide is a waste product, but carbon dioxide is also it has purposes. We use carbon dioxide for a lot of things, right? Carboxylation, right? The opposite is decarboxylation, right? So a lot of people never heard of carboxylation, but they definitely heard of decarboxylation because they smoke weed, right? And they done seen a Snoop video where Snoop was explaining when you light the weed on flyer, you decarbon the bud, releasing the THC into the system. Yeah, you decarbon because when you light it on fire, the carbon dioxide goes into the air, and whatever is left goes into your lungs. But you also get some chemical toxin and some other stuff. But yeah, decarboxylation is when you remove the carbon dioxide, right? Many carboxylases, including acetyl-CoA carboxylase, methylcrotonyl-CoA carboxylase, propanol-CoA carboxylase, and pyruvate carboxylase, require biotin as a cofactor. So that's another B vitamin. So we went into B1 earlier. This is another B vitamin, right? And if you see here, acetyl-CoA, right? This is that, this is acetyl-CoA carboxylase. So this is the enzyme, but this is the enzyme that helps to turn acetyl-CoA into cholesterol, right? Into cholesterol, right? Another example of post-translational modification of glutamate residues to carboxyglutamate in proteins, primarily protein. It occurs primarily in proteins involved in blood clotting. Okay, so this is how we open the door. Carboxylation occurs in the liver and is performed by glutamyl carboxylase, right? And we got that gluta in bold, right? So you know glutamate, glutamine, right? GGCX requires vitamin K as a cofactor, right? So now you have vitamin K added to the mix. Oh, we done erased our little vitamin board? Okay, you just put it in your mind. Make a mental note, right? Magnesium, selenium, vitamin D, vitamin B1, biotin, and now vitamin K, right? But these enzymes need vitamin K as a cofactor and performs a reaction in a process manner to bind calcium. Okay, so we did need to go through this last part because then my whole story would have been incomplete. Yeah, my whole story would have been incomplete because these proteins and the other enzymes that's associated with these proteins require vitamin K to bind up the calcium. That's the key piece right there. So when you hear people tell you that vitamin K removes calcium from the blood and puts it back into the bone, that's a super oversimplification. That's a super oversimplification, which is good to build understanding if people are just totally unfamiliar with the subject, right? But it's an oversimplification and it can lead you to leave some stuff out, right? So we need to know the whole pathway. So that way we understand balance. We understand where my eye fit in, right? Because a lot of times people don't have one type of illness or problem. They got a multitude of different situations that they're dealing with. And then they might be dealing with in their household, right? As if you got a husband, you and your husband, or you and your wife, y'all both got some issues y'all dealing with, but your stuff, her stuff is her stuff, right? So, but these are y'all's things y'all dealing with, right? So we just got to figure out these things all in relation to one another so we know what we're doing. And even when we are in the supermarket, which is why the kitchen chemistry book is important. Even when we're in the supermarket, we're on a budget, we need to be able to figure out what's the most efficient purchases for the family, right? Because if I'm trying to eat a certain way to save my life, you trying to eat a certain way to save your life, and then we got these goofballs over here, they trying to eat a certain way because who knows? They saw a commercial on TV or their friend in school said whatever, or they just don't care about their body. They just doing whatever. We got to figure some stuff out, right? Because we might not have unlimited budget to just go crazy in the supermarket. We need to find something that tastes good, fits the budget, but also is not going to kill dad or is not going to kill mom. Right? So we got to find happy mediums. Right? Okay. So we go through some of these enzymes and what they do, right? So you have an idea. But all of these enzymes, remember, are CO2 enzymes, right? Now, why is CO2 important? Because carbon dioxide is the piece with the magnetic. Ooh. That line was so powerful when I was a child. I just looked for any place to fit it in. The piece with the magnetic. CO2, right? Magnetizes things for calcium. Carboxylation, right? So when you have something and you add the CO2 to it, immediately calcium becomes attracted to it. When you have something and you add CO2 to it, calcium becomes attracted to it. Right? So let's look real quick at the vitamin K family. Right? At the vitamin K family. Now we kind of try to go into as much as detail as we can, right? Provide as much information as we can. Right? Different types of vitamin K. Yes, CoQ10 is a part of the family. Right? But what is important? What is important is that you get the the vitamin K in. Right? That you get the vitamin K in. Right? So green leaves, calcium and vitamin K and pigments. Right? Vitamin K, calcium, and pigments. Right? Okay, wait, can we come back to the Ebers papyrus? Okay. Bam. All right, metaquinones. Those are vitamin K2s, right? So meat and dairy give you vitamin K2, right? So the people still stuck battling it out, vegan versus the meat eaters. They're going to use this conversation, they're going to use this congestive heart failure issue to hit you with a barrage of science and then somehow end their conversation with, so if you still a vegan or if you still vegetarian, this is why you are out of control because you don't understand the science of the body and blah, 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 right? You can get vitamin K2 eating meat. You can get vitamin K2 being a vegan. Right? Now, I will say this though. I have been adamant about this from the very beginning of me speaking in public and online. I am not a vegan to save the animals. I am a vegan because it's just the healthiest way to go. But I don't have any problem with, like, oh, wait a minute. I need to have some yogurt. Hold up. We need to get some honey. We need to get some honey. No, we need to get some honey. We getting some honey. That's we're not even. Yeah, I don't care about the politics of the. I'm not trying to save. I'm not throwing paint on people's jackets, and I'm not. No, this ain't that. Do we need some of that yogurt right there? Let me get some of that thing there, right? So make your choices wisely, right? Don't get caught up in philosophy and trying to do something based on philosophy. Remember, the main philosophy is longevity, right? Coming out of the neighborhoods and woo woo, we done abused our bodies so bad. We got a plethora of problems. Like we fighting backwards right now. We're trying to get back to house money, right? So meat and dairy provide you with the vitamin K2 and, you know, leafy green vegetables, primarily vitamin K1, right? But the beauty is that vitamin K, remember we said, like B12, is bacteria, microbiome based, right? So your bacteria turn K1 to K2. Also, these very same bacteria are active in fermented foods, right? These very same bacteria are active in fermented foods, right? And one of them, listen, don't judge Dr. Sebi, right? Let him rest in greatness, right? You're like, EnQi, you've been criticizing Dr. Sebi more than anybody. No, this is more of a criticism on the Dr. Sebi people, right? The people surrounding Sebi. By trying to uphold this image of Dr. Sebi after he transitioned, they kind of hurt people in a way, because even though the truth is Dr. Sebi wasn't a vegan, right? He never designed the food list for you to eat off forever. He wasn't a vegan, right? But by trying to hide that from people to maintain the sales of the herbs or whatever the case may be, because they thought people would stop buying the herbs if they found out Sebi wasn't vegan, which I don't really believe is a thing. They kind of hurt people because Sebi was still like ahead of his time, you know, like he was still a conscious, like my cousin Cavario. My cousin Cavario calls it conscious consumption, right? Conscious consumption, intelligent eating, right? So just me doing my own research, I find out that Dr. Sebi had a favorite cheese. I'm like, oh, hold up. Wait a minute. I'm like, hold up. So Dr. Sebi got us struggling with diet cheese and he was eating cheese? Hold up. But so Dr. Sebi liked to eat Gouda, right? Gouda cheese. And then, you know, when I found out how expensive Gouda cheese was, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get this diet cheese anyway. Yo, Gouda is mad expensive. I was like, yeah, he got to have celebrity clientele to eat Gouda, right? But no, you can find affordable Gouda cheese if you want to eat some, right? But the point I'm making is just using Gouda for example, right? Gouda is like the highest dairy form of vitamin K2, right? So just Gouda cheese is like one of the richest sources of vitamin K2. You know what I'm saying? Now, the fact that it melts really smooth and is rich in your pasta, you know, I don't even know how I know that. But what I'm saying is, back to Kemet. So Kemet is where the modern invention of fermenting foods came from. So to assume that they didn't understand this, yet they pioneered the process, which gives us the best, most rich sources of vitamin K2 foods, would be insane. It would be insane, right? So, but yeah, I'm a fan of yogurt. You know what I'm saying? There's vegan yogurts out there, so you ain't gotta, if you feel away, you ain't gotta cross no protest lines, right? They got vegan yogurts from, I want to say, soy, which is probably the lowest quality. And then you have the almond milk, which is like a step up from the soy. That's probably like the standard go-to affordable vegan yogurts is the almond milk joints, right? But then if you go a step above that, they have the cashew and coconut mixed. The cashew and coconut mixed yogurts, which are good. Those are really good. They taste good. And then the highest quality of the vegan yogurts, and trust me, when you compare the price of them to the other yogurts, you instantly know these better be the highest quality. The straight, pure coconut yogurts. The pure coconut yogurts. It's just yogurt made from coconuts. Delicious. Delicious. But yeah, you gotta be a day trader, or you gotta sell crack to. You gotta do something illegal. You gotta be on, or maybe you gotta be down with Elon. You gotta be down with Elon to eat enough of that coconut yogurt. But, every so often you might want to treat yourself, right? And then if you're not worried about the vegan issues, then, you can do a lot more affordable. You could just do you some Greek yogurt and, or some kefir, stuff like that. If you want to add some extra vitamin K, like Lauren said, her bones is trying to build Yankee Stadium in her, So you got to step it up on that vitamin K. Yeah, you got to step it up on your vitamin K, right? So it's not just a matter of the exercise. You got to step it up on your vitamin K, right? Yeah. And then make sure we get enough fiber in, right? Make sure we get enough fiber in. Gouda cheese. Listen, hold on. Listen, the Gouda cheese does have, that's Dr. Sabi. Listen, don't judge me. That's Dr. Sabi favorite cheese. it does smell crazy. Remember, cheese in and of itself is a fermented food. It's rotten milk, essentially, right? Right? These are different fermentation products from milk, right? So the Gouda cheese, a lot of cheese stinks, right? So you ain't got to go the cheese way. I'm just giving you some cheat codes, right? I'm just giving you some cheat codes to get that vitamin. Now, listen, you can always just go right to Amazon and get some vitamin K2. Listen, you can go to Amazon and get you some vitamin K2 supplements and just drink those down with whatever, and then there's no taste at all. But just giving you some food options, because remember, we are in our Ebers Papyrus bag. So it's not only about these classes, right? The conversation is not only about saying, you know, back then they knew of a disease or they identified something. It's these classes in the books, the Ebers Papyrus books, the djedschool books, is more about knowing what they did. Like, what were their therapies? What were their strategies? What were they doing? And were they viable? So I'll give you another one, right? I'll give you another one. They use the food and the plants as medicine, right? Here's another one, right? Like, we went through the chemotherapy from the plants. Well, the number one medicine for congestive heart failure. Now, listen, I'm not suggesting you use this because it's dangerous. Listen, I'm not suggesting you use this because it's dangerous. What I'm suggesting is you get on this vitamin D and vitamin K and this exercise. Right? Well, remember, the father of medicine was the father of poison, according to the Greek sources, right? And the philosophy was a little bit of poison is good for the body, right? But right? For a long time, this is the number one drug for congestive heart failure, right? This is a plant. This is plant-based, right? This is plant-based. This comes from a plant called foxglove, right? So remember, we're on a mission to expose all of the plant-based medicines, right? That's the tools that we're getting, right? The part to the Ebers Papyrus that's missing. We're going through finding all these plants and what they did, how they stole that, you know what I'm saying, stole the drip, and they've been making trillions of dollars. And then when we come around looking for it, like, yo, where them plants at? No, remember them plants that was up in that joint? What was that? Yeah, where them plants that was in that joint? Let me get a look at that. Oh, yeah, I don't even know what had happened to that. I don't even know what had happened. So what we're doing is we're basically detective work. We're finding out what had happened to that. You know, what had happened to that was, yeah, all of those missing plants from the medical papyri are in CVS and Rite Aid right now. So when people get congestive heart failure and they start going through, Digioxin, aka Digitalis, is one of the number one drugs that they recommend. Just last year, there was still over 1 million. In fact, I think this is the oldest congestive heart failure drug. And it is still one of the most popular. Just last year, there was over 1 million prescriptions written for this in the United States. Right? I don't know how much they're paying for the prescription, but I know the plant. Just saying. Right? This is, so we can never, right? Just, I'm going to keep saying it. We can never, ever let them speak down on the ancient stuff, because the ancient stuff is what gave us the modern stuff. The modern stuff is fake ancient stuff. Right? So, you know, we got to start throwing it out there on folks. Yeah, if you're on this prescription, I'm not saying stop taking it. Right? Because this is dangerous to use without, you know, you need to be guided with this. You might kill yourself with this. But I'm just saying, you know, start not disrespect, but just start, you know, mention when you go get your prescription, say, oh yeah, that's a plant-based extract. Yeah, that's that herbal extract, right? Your doctor gonna say, no, this ain't no herbal extract. What you talking about? This is, then you could give your doctor a little homework. Be like, oh, no. Yeah, that's that Egyptian, you know, that's that herbal. Yeah, that's that Egyptian herbal stuff. That's that herbal. You might be teaching your doctor something. They might not know. But you do, right? So yo, nah, I'm with you. But sometimes whole food is expensive, man. Listen, when you first start off, you just got to find you a whole food or someplace like, you know, farmer's market or one of them. But then as you get a little bit more seasoned with it, folks, now if budget is not an option, spend all your, you know, go to Whole Food and do all your shopping. But if you got like me, you got to ball on a budget, you got to figure out, like, okay, what does Kroger's and Myers have? Let me just go over here and let me do the best I can do right in here. And then the items I can't find right here, now I'm going to see what Trader Joe's or Whole Food. Yeah, let me see what's going on, because Whole Food cheating. They done hooked up with Amazon. So now people getting Amazon Whole Food and Amazon off the Amazon. So, but yeah, some of that stuff, your produce and certain things, you can get that right from your local supermarket, a little bit cheaper or a lot of bit cheaper. And then the items you can't find, Trader Joe's, Whole Food, Farmer's Market, you know. Yeah, you got to do it like that. You got to break it down.